Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashakun, Nkosi Nelson, Trish Bodie, Paul Gauthier, Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 6:18 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. It is my pleasure to introduce Arnef Guimera, did I say it right? A fifth grader from Westside Elementary tonight to lead us in the pledge. Whenever you're ready, Arnef.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you so much, Arnaf, for leading us in the pledge tonight. Up next, we're excited to shine a spotlight on learning with Westside Elementary School. And whenever you're ready, take it away.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Clark. My name is Amanda Lillard, and I am the proud principal of Westside Elementary School, a Leader in Me Lighthouse campus. At Westside, we lead, grow, and inspire. We believe in the 5 core paradigms, specifically focusing on the paradigm of potential and motivation to empower our staff and ultimately empower student learning. Like our students, every staff member has a gift and talent, and it is our job to ensure we create opportunities for our staff to develop those talents while we work together to provide enriching learning experiences for our students. This evening, we have the honor of sharing a few ways that we empower staff to lean into innovative teaching practices and share how those practices impact the student learning experiences at Westside. With me tonight is my 5th grade team and some of our 5th grade students. They're going to share their journey in implementing building thinking classrooms.
Hi, I'm Muskana Lee. At our campus, we have been focusing on engagement and building collaborative practices that increase student discourse. When Allie Bear joined our team this year, we were excited to learn that she had been using building thinking classrooms in her former district.
Hi, my name is Allie Bear. This structure has allowed our students' knowledge to grow at an expedited rate. Our students are amazing collaborators, and we lean into the productive struggle to be the best we can be. Our students have found immense success with this structure, and we are excited to enhance our learning and grow as leaders and learners.
Hi, I'm Janet Terrio, and building thinking classrooms has been something we've wanted to implement in 5th grade. So with Allie's knowledge and our admin support, we decided to try it. And we needed whiteboards, so we applied for a teacher grant from the PTA, and we got them. So in December, we started by using non-academic tasks to get the students involved in the process.
And so I'm Leslie Heron, and our students loved it so much that they decided to write a PTA grant for our math classrooms. And so here with us are Jaden, Liam, Arnav, and Morris, and they're here to tell you a little bit more why they wanted it in the classrooms and why they wrote the grants.
Hi, I'm Jaden Lehman. Hi, I'm Jaden Lehman. My friends Liam, Morris, Arnoff, and I love using Building Thinking Classroom in our ELA classes. One thing I love about Building Thinking Classroom is we can use habit number 6, synergize, by collaborating together. We get to bond together and get to know our classmates better. I also like working with people rather than doing it by myself. This helps me come up with more ideas. The boys decided to write a grant so we could use Building Thinking Classrooms in our math classrooms as well. They developed a grant that highlights the importance of collaborative learning and the whiteboards in the classroom. My friends will now read a blurb from their submitted student grant.
Our school should receive this grant because it will create more engaging and effective learning by encouraging collaborative teaching methods. This grant will enable students to learn, collaborate, and have fun simultaneously.
Evidence of the beneficial impact of cooperation with other students has been documented by none other than Cornell University. As they said, collaborative work gives the student the opportunity to serve as thought partners for their peers, to make sense of what they are learning, clarify misconceptions, and deepen their understanding. This evidence backs up how whiteboards will help students work out problems with their peers, effectively reducing the amount of stress on teachers. We started with these tasks like this non-academic task in December, and we learned the 4 key rules for engagement. Number 1, share the marker. 2, stand to stay engaged. 3, have meaningful discussion. And 4, mobilize knowledge. We have a lot of fun learning to work with others that we may not have gotten the chance to work with before.
In this task, we were asked to solve a puzzle. There are 12 people at a party. If everyone shakes hands with everyone else at the party, how many handshakes will take place? It took us many tries to get the right answer, but though working together, we combined our brain power to eventually succeed in the task. We were very proud of our teamwork.
In front of you, you have an example of an academic task where we were asked to write a letter to persuade Mrs. Lillard for a vending machine. You can use the QR code to see this in action at Westside.
And those are those green papers right in front of you. So we hope you take a minute to look at those videos and enjoy. I'd love for us to just give these students and teachers a round of applause for leading their own learning and development today. It has been a privilege and honor to be part of a school that's committed to growing high-quality staff and providing meaningful experiences for students like these. As a leadership team, it was really important for Ms. Lillard and I to come here and to highlight the work because it directly aligns to our professional goals of not only our staff, but our campus as well. These teachers are building their professional portfolios and they're inspiring other staff members on campus to try out new tools for collaboration and deeper thinking, and it's already spreading throughout our school. So thank you for letting us share a little piece of that journey with all of you tonight. And if you're a Westside fan, put up those W's and go Rockets!
Thank you so much, Westside Rockets. Now, if y'all could just stay right there because the board would love to get a picture with you. So board members, let's go over there and get a picture. Parents, if y'all want to come, our fabulous Mr. Daniel is going to open this, and y'all can come give pictures right up here. Thank you so much again, Westside Rockets. We really appreciate y'all coming out here tonight and telling your story. That's amazing, and she's here. All right, next we're going to watch a short video prepared by our community relations team.
In every classroom's morning light, where questions bloom and minds take flight, a quiet promise stands renewed that every child is seen and understood. You guide the path where young hearts grow, where dreams take shape, row after row. With every choice, you help reveal a future bright, inclusive, and real. You listen when the stories come from parents, staff, and everyone. You balance hope with steadfast care and lead with purpose, presence, and fare. For public schools are more than halls, their laughter bouncing off the walls, their courage learned, potential shared, a community that truly cares. And in this work, you play your parts while also leading with your hearts. Your service plants the seeds we need for knowledge, kindness, strength, and lead. So here we stand, loud and proud, through all the challenges we are wowed, and celebrate the ties you've spun. Together we are strong, together we are one. For in your service, clear and true, this last message is for you. Our future is public, bright and broad, rooted in students, lifted by y'all.
Thank y'all so much. That's such a great video. That was really great. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for getting great pictures of us too. Next, board members, we will now head to the citizens' comments portion of our agenda. And before I invite the first speaker to the microphone, we will watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Eileen. I'm a senior at Leander High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizens' comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during the meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and example you are choosing to set while presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, speakers 1 through 4, if you can please form a line so you're ready to speak when your number is called. And speaker number 1, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, I'm a sophomore at Vandergrift High School, and I would like the opportunity to be part of the IB program. Although I'm not currently in IB, I've seen the impact it has on the students at our school. I have several friends who participate in the program at this time, and they all speak highly of the students, the curriculum, and the teachers. IB challenges students to think critically, manage their time, and engage deeply with what they are learning. These are skills that go far beyond high school and prepare students for college and life. Going to an international college is a serious ambition of mine. I've already visited multiple universities in Europe, and through that process, I've learned how highly respected and widely recognized the IB program is. Many international schools and universities are familiar with IB and trust the level of preparation it provides. Having access to IB would better prepare students like me for that global academic environment. Without it, students will lose access to that pathway that supports these goals. IB also gives motivated students something to work toward. It encourages curiosity, resilience, and academic growth, while raising the overall standard and learning at our school. Keeping in the program shows that LISD believes in offering opportunities, not limiting them. Taking away IB wouldn't just affect current students. It would affect future students who are striving for more. We will lose the chance to challenge ourselves beyond the AP program and expand our global perspective. Please keep the IB program so students like me may have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
Please reconsider cutting IB from Vandegrift. You are cutting one of the best programs in one of your best schools. And in doing so, you are precluding some of the most talented students you have from pursuing the education they want and they deserve. An education that is tailored to them specifically. Education is not numbers, it's not a budget line. Leander ISD takes pride in giving equal opportunities to all students. My 8th grader here with me and his 10th grader sister do not have equal opportunities as their oldest sister that is now a junior and started the IB diploma in Vandegrift. They won't leave all of their friends behind to go to another school. They will have to give up their aspiration because this district decided not to cater for their needs and learning ways anymore. This is true for my kids and for many more in the 4 Points area. This is not equality. In the past 9 months, I personally have given you all the numbers and reasons to keep IB at Vandy. I even gave you possible solutions, explored ideas. Why are you not engaging in a constructive conversation with your families and students? We are here to help. Let's brainstorm a solution together. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Speaker number 3.
Jim Mustachia, I'm a parent, student at Vandegrift, and I'd like to support this desire for an IB program. I think two big points. It's super important for all of Leander, all the kids, whether they're in the IB program or not, and I think it is a very particularly good fit with Vandegrift. We're living at a time, our kids are being educated at a time when our country is increasingly antagonistic to the ideal of international citizenship. Yeah? It is more important, I think, than ever before that we have such an offer in our schools, that there is the possibility of the global, the international. And I think you know Matthew Vandegrift was a Marine, and that is essential to what is a Marine. Marines are global. They have the aspiration to be global citizens. Of course, they're defending the United States, but they are their aspiration is for the global. I have the good fortune of being a substitute teacher, an occasional substitute teacher, and so I know that this program is super important for all the kids, that they see that this offering is made. It tells all the students what's important. This is the essential point. Obviously, I want my kids in an IB program, and let me just offer, if I can be supportive in raising
Thank you, speaker number
funds,
3.
I'm in. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Speaker number 4.
I'm here today because I am concerned about immigration and customs enforcement near our schools. When ICE is allowed near schools, it creates fear for our students and their families. Our students should never be placed in situations where they are perceived or used as leverage or bait to help ICE find their family members. Our current policy lacks clear, public-facing limits on when and how ICE can interact with staff and students. I ask that you immediately revise and republish our policy to explicitly prohibit ICE access without a valid judicial warrant reviewed by our district legal counsel. Adopt a safe schools commitment stating that students will never be questioned, detained, or used as a means to locate their family. Train staff to respond in a way that is lawful and centered on students, not fascist bullies. Communicate with families so that they understand their rights and know that our schools are safe spaces. I urge the board to strengthen our policy, close the loopholes, and clearly state that our schools are for learning, not propaganda fodder for an authoritarian regime. Silence is violence. Failure to act harms our families. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 4. And that concludes our citizens' comments for tonight. Board members, we will now move to consent agenda. Do I have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I move that we approve the consent agenda item as presented. I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Gloria. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. And next we'll move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Clark, take it away.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Thought we would start off tonight by recognizing the individuals on our board of trustees for Leander ISD collectively, but also individually. I know you guys love those pictures, so we thought we'd put them up there one more time. As I've recently been working more closely with each of you, I've deepened my appreciation for the level of commitment that you have, again, individually, but also collectively, by ensuring that all students in Leander ISD have the best learning experience possible. Being on the board is not just a commitment to the time in board meetings, although that can be quite a bit of time at different times of the year, but it also includes countless hours of reading reports, emails, looking at data, visiting schools, and I know you guys do that because you're passionate about this and you enjoy it. So I know I speak for all of the staff, all of our district leadership here in the room tonight when I say that I appreciate you tremendously, and I commend you for your time on the board. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Not nearly as good as the poem from that student, but we tried. I didn't rhyme. So even another picture, right? So your passion goes beyond just Leander ISD, so I wanted to celebrate tonight that 3 board members and myself were able to go to the Region 13 grassroots meeting where we were able to participate in developing legislative priorities for TASB for our region that will preparing already for the 90th legislative session. So I learned a lot, met a lot of people that night. It was an enjoyable experience. And then today was pretty exciting for Leander ISD. So a group of us went to the West Austin Chamber Awards luncheon, and Leander was recognized as the outstanding community partner. So I recently learned that we have a long-standing relationship with the West Austin Chamber, and when they introduced us as the participant, Christina and Sarah and Heather and all of us that were there were just like really astounded at the words that were used. I wish I had them written down. We were going to try and get a hold of them, but it was amazing the things they said about our district for this partnership. So it was super exciting. I was lucky to be there today. And then I think it was a surprise. It was a surprise to me. Also, sitting with us was the LEAF staff, and they were chosen as the best nonprofit. So congratulations to them as well. It was a great night or great day for our district and LEAF. All right. By the way, I went a little wild for my first superintendent's report. It's a little long. I'm going to apologize. That's right. I'm trying to beat Jeremy for the longest presentation. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about all 6 of our high schools. This is a great achievement. All 6 of our high schools were recognized to the AP Honor Roll. So this is good for us because this indicates that our district is committed to high academic achievement in a college-going culture for our high school, but that doesn't start in 9th grade. It doesn't start in 6th grade. It starts in early childhood, pre-K, kindergarten classrooms. So we're super excited for our high schools, but our district as a whole. So I want to talk a little bit tonight about our course selection and 4-year planning. We recently had our high school discovery nights, and I did not attend any of them, but I know the SCR team attended several of them. My own brother went because he has a rising 9th grader and said that they had a successful night at Rouse High School. So the course selection process is, as you know, we've reported on this, has been a big push in our district this year for two big reasons. One, we want to engage students in a course selection process that allows them to explore their passions and interests, so they choose courses based off of those passions and interests. That's our primary reason. A second, but also very important reason is, if you remember last spring, we had some situations when we were dealing with budget issues that we were not able to offer courses that students were interested in. So we worked tirelessly to put some things in order, and so we're trying to get these course selections done earlier than normal, which is a big change in our system. So that allows us to make staffing decisions based on students' course selections, but also to ensure that we're offering the courses they're interested in. So we're going to be able to, we've always tracked data on course selections and course participation, but this is a better way to do it, basically, without going into the details. So I'll go a little bit more on this. The way we're doing that, and I know you can't see that data, and I can share this data with you in a different format, but the gist of this is data pulled out of Naviance, and our counseling team pulls this data and ups it. I think she updates it daily. I monitor it, I find it fascinating. But what the top section shows is the number of student logins to Naviance. If you know, remember, we've had Naviance for a while, but it was not widely used. If you can see those numbers, it significantly increases from 23, 24, and then it starts going like month by month. And so we have a large percentage of our kids logging in multiple times. That's what that data shows. Now the green boxes show that's high usage of different tools within Naviance to identify passions, explore career options. There's a lot available to them. Every kid is not using it the exact way we want. That is okay, because more and more kids on a day-to-day basis are using this tool to explore those things and choose those courses. So that's good. And I really want to shout out to Dr. Beneker. I don't know if he's back. He was out at a training today. He's not here tonight. But in his team, the counseling department, they have worked really hard with our counselors. This is just a big shift in our system. When you make a change like this, it takes a lot of effort, and they've worked really hard, and I appreciate it tremendously because it's good for our students. So tying back to that AP recognition, you can see that part of the data that you can pull from Naviance is the kids choosing their different post-secondary path interest area. That blue indicates a bachelor's degree path. So you can see that the vast majority of our students at all 6 high schools have that as their primary choice. We do have others that are interested in associate's degree in trade schools. Those are just as important. Also employment or gap year paths. Any kid's path, we want to support them for their post-secondary desires. So we support all of those, but you can definitely see our kids have a tremendous effort in that college-going mindset. So just a little shout out now to, this is collaboration with our SCR team and Dr. Beneker's team in the counseling department. I know you've seen this, I just wanted to highlight it again. This is a great website. Like, this could be a model for many districts of, it just walks a parent through. They can watch the webinar that the counseling team did with all the parents, all the key important dates, just a lot of information for parents so that I know parent engagement is big for all of you, but Trustee Nelson brings that up with good intent many times, so I wanted to highlight that for you. I also really want to highlight, right there in the middle it says February 16th, which is right around the corner. This is a big date change. We used to do this way into the spring, so tell everybody you can. February 16th, we need those course selections in so we can make those staffing decisions. And then at the bottom, along that parent engagement piece, this shows parent logins. So we see those increasing. You can see that the percent of logins is lower there, so this is an area of growth for us. But what I have found is when you start tracking things like this, then you're much more likely to see an increase in improvement, and we're seeing that. So we're working on that as well. All right, so this, like, I'm trying not to say one of these is better than the other, but like, this was the most fun I've had in a long time. So Dr. Waltman leads our Superintendent Student Advisory Council, and I went yesterday at Rouse High School, but these are students from all over the district. I wanted to just go and hear them. I've been very interested in what they bring to board meetings in the past, but I honestly had never attended one. So now that I'm acting superintendent, I thought I better get there and act right. So I did that, and they asked me to speak. They applauded me when I walked up. I felt super important, so I was glad to be there. And these kids are doing amazing work in our system. Like, we should be so proud of the work that our kids are doing. They have different, they're each working on a different problem that I don't know if problem is the right word, Dr. Waltman. Some way they want to change something within our system. Grading, they're working on grading systems, an AI group, mental health. There's a group working on budget, and I know I'm forgetting one. Access to clubs is another one, and then life skills. So when we're done, like, one of the things they brought up is, like, one of them talked about their older sibling, like, not knowing how to do taxes and stuff. And I shared a story with them that my son, who's 22, had just said, how do I do my taxes? So they're on the right track there for sure. What's really cool about this is Jason Miller. I was there, of course. Shayla, who is our director of counseling, and I think her whole team was there. Pete, Poppy was there. Did I leave anybody else out that was working with the team that day? They are being mentored by some of our senior leadership in the district on these different topics. So I actually got kind of pulled in to work with that grading group, and I'll tell you what, these kids, like, they kept me on my toes. They were asking me hard questions. They were very appreciative of my answers. But I told them, like, we've been working on improving grading systems as well, and I gave them a few names of people to reach out to, and one kid said, well, if you've been working on this, why haven't you fixed it yet? I said, well, let me email Dr. Amanda Hardwick, and we'll let her answer that question. No, they're wonderful students. They're so bright. It just made my whole week. I appreciated it. So then I wanted to tell you about our principal PLCs. I was so proud of our principals this day. As you remember, in our Gibson audit, they talked about use of data and that we needed to work on consistency across all campuses. And so our area superintendents, assistant superintendents worked with some principals to organize these data discussions on a principal PLC day, and they were powerful. I think we had 6 groups, is that correct? Led by principals. So some of our area assistants supported them, but they were definitely led by principals. They were sharing practice, looking at district assessment data by content. High school principals, I believe, looked at SAT or PSAT data. Is that accurate? CCMR data, yes. So a lot of deep conversations, just amazing work. I was so proud of them and super jazzed. I put this picture in the middle of an article that one of the groups was using, and I know you can't see the title, but it's important for leaders to talk about their why. So principal or board members, if you remember when we went to the PLC training, that was the first thing they talked about. I believe it was in that first chapter or two. And so here we are now seeing that in action. It's beautiful. So kudos to all of our principals, and kudos to our area and assistant soups for organizing that. All right. This is also very exciting. Early Childhood Center, I don't know how often you drive up that way, but I've been wondering, like, when's this thing gonna go vertical? They were moving dirt around, so it is. The walls are up, and it's starting to take shape, so that's exciting that we will have that ready probably by March, right, Jeremy? Is it ready in March? Yeah. No. Yes, yeah. All right, so this one is kind of an ad from today. On Thursdays what I do. I was out at schools and visited with Grandview's principal, Alex Peoples, and so I just had to add this in because what she was sharing with me was so, I don't know, it just really touched me for some reason. She had I missed it, So I didn't take these pictures, but she had just hosted this event today. It was Coffee with a Cop. And our chief, is Chief here tonight? Is she? Oh, she has class tonight. Chief Rogers was there. And so Grandview is one of the elementaries that already has their marshal. And so this is the part that really just made me pause and think how lucky we are to have our marshals, but also our own police force. She started talking about how she has developed this collaborative partnership with her marshal. And I'll be honest, when I think about SROs, you just think about we need them in a time of emergency. But here's the powerful thing. She's working with this amazing, his name is Marshall, I wrote it down, so Marshall Handy is his name. He is an integral part of her leadership team. So they meet, I think she said weekly, it might be monthly, but they meet regularly. He's leading them through tabletop discussions of how to handle emergency situations. So they're being proactive and thinking and not waiting till there's an emergency to figure out what to do and like use our marshal. But he also is visible, she said, every day, that he doesn't do duty. Chief Rogers has been clear that's not the role, and that's good. But he is visible there for parents. He's visible there for students and building relationships. So one of the reasons she did this today is parents have had some questions about safety and how the police force works. Also, the marshals are getting ready to get their uniforms, which means they will now start carrying their sidearms. And so she used this opportunity to let parents know about that. So it happened in a nice, smooth transition. It's really model work. But this gentleman, we tried to find him, but he was out busy. So he also checks all the doors multiple times a day. If one of them is not working, he just puts the work order in and monitors it and follows up. They have easy, I didn't know this, I guess there's easy access to the roof at Grandview Hills. He goes up on the roof every day to make sure that overnight somebody hasn't gotten up there or done something or hiding up there or whatever the case may be. Perimeter checks, he's checking for animals, coyotes, etc. Yeah. So I did not get the opportunity to meet him, but I think this just sets the tone for the right work for our marshals in Leander ISD. And that's it. That's my first superintendent's report. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Clark. That was really good. Like we said, we're trying to celebrate more, and that felt like that was a pretty big, good celebration. Good stuff, good stuff. And I will say, as a parent, another kid coming to be a rising freshman, I've had 2 go through that process. This course selection is night and day, y'all. So great job. I feel really educated, and Kate knows where she's going. So thank y'all. All right, board members. Since we have a guest. No, we will not do that. So okay. Ready to go, Angela? Is that okay? Sure. Oh, sure. Okay. So sorry to put you on the spot, Angela, but board members, we are gonna go to 7A1, discussion of the 2026, 2027, and 2027, and 2028 academic calendars. All the years. Whenever you're ready, just take it away. And remember, board members, she came to us before, so just Angela, take it away.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, School Board, and Dr. Clark. I've got to get used to that part. I'm here to talk to you about the academic calendar tonight. And yes, where's the button? There it is. We did talk about this back in November, and we talked a little bit about what my process would be for getting out, gathering feedback, and then making some potential adjustments to the proposed calendar that we adopted last year for 2026. So we're going to talk about that tonight, and then we're also going to talk about the proposed 2027-2028 academic calendar. So just to touch on this slide for a quick minute, this is the process that I presented to you all in November, where we talked about the initial planning. We took that tentative calendar, presented that together, and then prepared for listening sessions. If you guys remember this year, the one tweak that we made was when we went out to the listening sessions last year, we were really soliciting the feedback and gathering the feedback in that session. And this year what we did is we just allowed the sessions to be like information gathering and context for the community. So I presented the background and then let them just process and talk through and push back and challenge and give suggestions. And then what we asked them to do at the end of the listening experience that they had was to then individually give us the feedback through the thought exchange. What that did for us is it captured everybody's individual voice versus last year it being kind of a collection of different voices. So I just have to celebrate for a second, because last year on our thought exchange, we had 1,617 respondents, and this year we had 4,897. So it definitely was impactful and worked this year, so I'm excited about that. I feel like we have some really rich feedback. So before we dive into the results of the feedback, I want to talk about the statutory guidelines. I'll go through these kind of quickly because we talked about this back in November, but these are the guidelines we have to use as we're building this calendar and the things that we need to adhere to. So our calendars do need to have 187 teacher contract days. We mention that one frequently because sometimes what will happen is when we mess with like a staff student holiday and either take one off or put one on, we have to remember that we have 187 days we have to make up. So if we mess with that, then we're adding contract days, and sometimes it's hard to connect. Our school district calendar has to have 75,600 minutes. And then I'm going to jump to the bullet right below that says that we also need to make sure that we have enough minutes to compensate for potential bad weather days, like the ones we're discussing potentially having to use this year. We've had to use them pretty much every year for the past several years. So what we do is we embed those in the minutes, and I'll show you a slide a little bit later to show you how that works. We do have the ability to be flexible in our start date, which is why we start a little sooner than the last week in August, and then we cannot have school on Memorial Day. So those are kind of our guidelines. So let's jump into the results. This is a profile of the participants, so you all can see which stakeholders were represented at what percentages. For students, one of our methods that we did this year was as we would meet in different stakeholder groups. So if we met with assistant principals, at the end, the other thing we would do is ask them to go and bring this back to their campuses and their students. So 16% is not a lot, which made me go, I want to see what the raw number is. We had almost 800 respondents for high school students, and that's pretty good. My goal is to get that higher next year, but we were excited with that method of, can you guys now turn this around now that you've experienced the listening session with your students? Parents, you see, are our biggest group that responded with over 2,000 respondents, and then teachers and so on. Oh, and then I'm going to point out one more thing. I gave you guys that number of 4,897 responded. Thought Exchange is kind to let us know how many completed all the way through. So you see that number of 4,170, so still a huge number. Oops. And then this is just another way to look at it for elementary, middle, and high. I thought this year this was going to be important to point out to you all because what an elementary group might want for the calendar is going to be completely different than what high school wants. So I wanted to make sure you all saw that there was a pretty even distribution there for that with predominantly elementary. Okay, so let's talk about the responses. So I want to talk to you first about how we set the survey up. So we did ask explicit questions about the attributes that they could provide feedback on that we could consider adjusting if needed. And then we also keep an open-ended section that we can, so that it can still give us feedback on things that might not be reflected in the questions. So the first one's just about the first day of school, August 12th, and you'll see, to make this easy for you to read, I'll orient you to the chart, and that way I don't have to do it for following charts. But down the left, you're going to see the stakeholder groups that are represented. And then each indicator here, reading from left to right, is too early, just right, or too late. And so the dark blue coloring is going to show you where the majority of people, what they said. But if you're interested in what each stakeholder group said, you'll see that reflected as well. So 63% felt like it was just right for August 12th. And then what you'll notice was the biggest split we had was students with too early and just right. So, right, too early, of course. Start us in December. And too late, exactly. You'll notice that in just a sec, yes. Great prediction. All right, so actually they were pretty okay here. So school year's planned to end on May 28th. I did tell you all in November that is before Memorial Day. Hooray, that was easier to do this year, so we're not gonna go past Memorial Day. And 76% across all stakeholder groups felt like it was just right. Yeah, that was good. That's a good one. All right, now let's have some fun. So October and February have been the biggest conversations, but you'll still see this is very reflective of last year. And so just to point out, reading it from left to right, the indicators change a little bit: very valuable, somewhat valuable, and not valuable. So we have 53% still feeling like those October days off are very valuable, which is just over majority. But if you look at the actual groups, you see 72% for students saying very valuable. Teachers, 65%, and campus administrators, 71%. And I'll show you a couple qualitative comments here in just a few to back some of that up. Okay, fall break and winter break are super easy. Fall break is your full week in November off. 83% feeling that that's very valuable, pretty consistent from top to bottom. Winter break, 90%. Everybody loves our 2 weeks off. Let's go. That one's really easy. And then February is pretty consistent with the one I just showed you, with 47% saying very valuable for the February break, still 31 saying valuable. Big percentages in the same stakeholder groups: students, teachers, and campus administrators. All right, so I won't read all of this to you, but do think it's important that we look at the qualitative feedback. In the November session, I told y'all I read every single comment. And about 2,000 comments in, I was like, why did I say that out loud? But we worked through them, we read them all. And I do that on purpose because what I want to do is if I'm reading something like this, I want to make sure that our numbers are being backed up by the comments we're hearing and hearing reflection of both sides of what people are saying. So I want to make sure that's represented today. But I also want to make sure I'm not missing really important things that we're not thinking about. And I'll kind of note a couple of those at the very end here. But about breaks and holidays, we already talked about the percentages. I did pull a couple of quotes where we talked about participants perceiving that these breaks are essential for recharging. And you'll see that comment. I tried to pay attention when I was reading the comments to different stakeholder groups. So you've got like students who are like, yay, I love the days off. But I wanted to find one from parents because that's where the biggest split is for those breaks. And so you'll see the second bullet from a parent says, having these long weekends every month has made my daughter feel less stressed. It allows her to have the downtime and allows us to get some quality time throughout the year. And then that second one will kind of reflect a little bit differently, right? The extra days off in October and February are a burden on working families. So those are comments I heard consistently on both sides of the argument. I wanted to make sure that both of those were represented today. This also just gives you, thought exchange is incredible. So thank you, Christina, for helping me learn that, especially lately, because it's got all kinds of really cool AI things where if there's like a point of contention in the comments, it'll give you these scenarios, like one side says this and one side says that, and that's what this is. There were a lot of comments to my point earlier about sometimes the surveyed attributes aren't always everything that they want to offer, so there's other thoughts. This was one of the thoughts that came up about, would I rather have a longer summer break or those breaks sprinkled throughout? So this just kind of explains that there are both sides of the argument, that taking those days out of the school year and putting them in the summer break is better for me, while others say, no, this helps me with my stamina, this helps me throughout the year to have those breaks and hit reset and come back fresh again. So this was fun to make, so I tried to give you guys some qualitative quotes from students, teachers, and parents. So this is a student quote that says, I think the extra days off in October and February are not valuable for families, and the extracurricular activities, which my hope on that quote is that when we've flipped those days, which we'll talk about when I show you the calendar in a minute, that should address the extracurricular concern we were hearing. And then on the other side, it says, I think we should have a few more breaks, right? I want more breaks. And the reason I had fun making these slides is because that's what you'll see when you're reading the comments. You'll get this like, this is the worst thing in the world. And then coincidentally, the very next comment is the exact opposite, right? That's just the nature of this, designing the calendar. And then parent qualitative feedback, very similar quotes. I won't read those to you all, but very similar type of things from parents of the additional scattered being difficult versus extra days being helpful. And this is where we hear it the strongest, y'all. Like teachers really, really are deeply appreciating having these paced out throughout the year, these breaks. And so the 2 days off in October have made a huge difference in my teaching stamina. So that's definitely something. Extra days in the calendar are extremely beneficial. Staff morale is noticeably better in October. And if y'all don't know, October is often named Shocktober. And right around October, we're having a lot of campus leaders reach out and say, Shocktober is not feeling quite like Shocktober. So that's definitely been a staff impact this year. Okay, for the big reveal. All right, y'all have seen this calendar, so I won't go through the entire thing, but I will point out the 3 adjustments we made based on the data. So what you'll notice, and I think we talked about this in November, about the potential of moving September up a week. So we're going to do that. That helps with pacing out that beginning of the year water hose effect that our teachers get, especially our brand new teachers. First thing on my mind is I want to plan and I want to set up my classroom. There are also a lot of really important trainings that we have to deliver. There's a lot of important content we have to make sure teachers get. So this just helps us pace it out and space it out a little better for teachers so they can prepare in a way that isn't overwhelming for them. And then we did talk again about the October and February, but what we're doing is we're putting the PL day on the Friday, and then we're going to do the 2 days off on the Monday and Tuesday. So as that evolved, when I was in my listening sessions, I started to share that with people and was getting a very, very positive reception to that switch. So those are the only changes we're going to make to this proposed calendar today. Oh, look, I circled them and everything. Darn. It's okay, missed opportunity. And then this is the 27-28 proposed calendar. It's going to look a lot like the draft now, but I'm going to point one thing out to you. And I'm not going to change it yet, but what we have is March 7th in 2028, there's going to be primary elections that are going to take place, and we know for a fact that we're going to have polling stations on our campuses. So what we typically do every year in November is we take Monday and Tuesday off in November because we know Tuesday's an election day. That frees up staff to go vote, and it also allows for us to safely house polling stations. We can run school with polling stations in our school. That's okay. We have safety measures to protect against that. This is going to be a really, really big one because it's the presidential primary election. So it's a conversation note next year. The reason I'd like to not change it yet is because ACC alignment for spring break is super critically important, and we don't know what's going to happen with that week right there. We think that's where it'll stay, but if they shift it up or do something else, it might work itself out. So I'd rather let you all know that and then incorporate that into the process next year. And then just real quick, we already looked at this slide, so I won't belabor it, but this is the required minutes and how, the reason I put this in here is because I got the question over and over again, how did you calculate the minutes? So I was like, let me just put it all out there. This gives us 435 minutes for middle school and elementary school with 440 minutes per day for high school, and then it just shows you the math on how that happens. And as a quick reminder, on that last line of each of those sections, that number is going to be higher than 75,600 to support any potential cancellations or closures we have throughout the year. All right, with that, I will open it up for any questions you may have.
Board members, any questions? I want to follow up on, first of all, thank you. So let me start with we've got to do the celebrations. A lot of work, a lot of extra input you're getting. And I love that. I love the work that you've done, the input you're getting. Of course, it's going to be hard to make the perfect calendar. It makes everyone happy, but I think you've really done a great job of trying to divide this as well as you can. I do have a question on, we had our February and October breaks, and then our end of year that's happening. We had a whole lot of questions about that.
Yes.
So at some point, can we just get data to know how did it impact attendance financially?
Yes.
Because I just want to keep that on the radar as we get ready to adopt, in the future calendars. And then my other one, and kind of in the same vein, just if there's anything as far as student outcomes, right? If we're checking with curriculum instruction and there's something that is impacting learning that we need to reevaluate, I hope you'll bring that to us, but I just want to make sure
Absolutely.
I'm asking that question. And then finally, just our PLCs. That is something that the board has spent a whole lot of time, and we completely want to make sure that there's just that time. And so when we give them their vacations, we don't want to crowd into vacations, but we also want to make sure there's adequate time for the PLC learning. Yes. And I think you had that last time. I just wanted to confirm that. And that's all my questions.
Absolutely. So I think I might have skipped over that on the teacher piece. Yes, there's a slide on the teacher qualitative feedback. Here it is, about professional learning. So that second bullet there talks about that there is a desire for more effective professional learning. This goes back to why I try to read every comment, because although that's not an attribute in the calendar, that comes up every single time. What I usually do is I'll send our professional learning team all of those comments, and then we bring that to the Professional Learning Steering Committee to make sure we are developing a plan that is aligned with the desires of what the teachers are looking for and also what our goals are. And just on a side note, that's the work of the L&I executive team right now, is making sure that we're being really intentional in maximizing their time. I wish I wrote down, because in the November presentation, I wrote it down, and I didn't do it this time, the percentage, because I anticipated that question about the ADA percentage. I remember, and Pete might tell me I'm wrong, it was right under 1% difference. Is Pete here? Do you remember? For ADA difference. Sorry. Because I remember I prepared it last time. It was just under 1% difference. So it did dip, which we would expect, but it wasn't as significant as I would have predicted it to be. And then I'll work on the student achievement piece for you.
I love that y'all went back and adjusted based on feedback, because I know staff having to get those holidays off, then they were just thinking, man, I got to go back and start work. And they couldn't relax. And that was like the one big complaint I got, you know. And so I'm just so grateful that y'all took that feedback and you flipped it, because I mean, I've heard such great things about those breaks. I mean, it's been like almost like they get back and they just feel refreshed. And so I'm really grateful that we're doing that. And as a parent, I love them. So just thank you for listening. I think this has probably been one of the best like proposed calendars process we've gone through. And it really kind of reflects like a reflection of the community. So thanks.
Absolutely.
The only thing I wanted to add was that hearing the comment from working families about the challenges that the extra holidays bring for them. I know within special programs, Ashley Anderson had worked on a list of like camps or types of places that families that were friendly for kids with disabilities. And I'm wondering if there's some version of that lists out available childcare resources that we could push out to families to help with some of that. I know that doesn't fully alleviate it, but to kind of respond to that concern.
I appreciate that suggestion. I'll get with her. She's incredible. So I'll see what she has and we'll work on that.
All right, board members, any other questions? No other questions. Thank you so much, Angela. This was actually a smooth, great process.
There we go. Yay. Awesome.
All right, board members, our guest of the evening is here now. And so we will move to 7C1, consider approval of Bond Oversight Committee recommendation to reallocate bond funds for the replacement of artificial turf at AC Bible and Monroe Regional Stadiums. What? No, there's not. It comes back. It's just discussion. All right, take it away.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. I'm joined tonight by John Lux, who's the chairman of our Bond Oversight Committee. We are here to review the long agenda item that you just mentioned, following last Tuesday's Bond Oversight Committee meeting where administration made a recommendation to replace the artificial turf at Monroe Stadium and AC Bible Stadium, utilizing savings from a current 2023 bond project. So from there, I will hand it over to John.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent. Okay, this one's overarching looks pretty easy, but we spent a lot of time looking into this. When you are looking, initially, the district staff did a great job with the softball and baseball fields when they did those projects to get project savings. So we're basically just moving turf to turf, turf money to turf money. So they did a really good job, and we appreciate that as a committee that, we're able to take some project savings, particularly in the environment of, our budget. So it's pretty easy. So then when we start looking at the fields that need to be replaced, or it's coming up and they're at the end of life, and for the bond committee, what we really looked at was, okay, it passes the certification now, but what if this right before the season starts, they come out and they go, oh, it's not certified, you can't play on it. Then you got to do the whole contracting period. It gets into an extremis where then you're trying to reschedule everything. So they were looking at it and we said, okay, it's end of life. As you can see on the pictures, it's at that point where it needs to be done. So we have the savings that we can to reallocate, and the bond committee, that's our recommendation, is to reallocate that to start doing that replacement over the summer, so there is no impact to the sports facility, the athletes, the schools, and rescheduling and so forth. So any questions before I get into the recommended?
Just have a quick question. Was it 1.6 was the actual savings, or was it more than that? Is this more than the savings? Is this less than the savings?
So 1.6 is to accomplish these two installations, and so there is more than $1.6 million in savings from the project.
Can you just help me? Because I voted no on bond savings last time. And really, I need you to know, I appreciate the volunteer committee, the hours and the hours that you're all putting in on this. I'm just still trying to make sure I understand, because we haven't had a bond presentation yet. So I haven't yet gotten an update on where are all of our savings. Are y'all trying to make sure something stays reserved back? Because I know that we're pulling from our, we're not doing a maintenance and operation penny anymore. We're going to use INS to fund a lot of our facility maintenance that we need. And my concern is if it takes a while before we go to bond again, then to make sure we have enough to keep our facilities updated. Do y'all look at information? And that might be on our end that we might need to better put scope so that y'all feel very empowered. And I know y'all feel somewhat empowered because you're making great recommendations, but I'm just curious, do y'all look at that? How much overall is maintenance? Do y'all have a limit for savings? I'm just trying to think about how we can better design charter for y'all to be able to do your work.
Yeah. Well, I would say that that Jeremy does a great job of, we go through all the bonds that are actually still out there and available. We go line by line of each project and where each project is at and which all their project savings, and then the overall number. So when we go there, we don't go, because we don't want to be the committee that, because the charter is basically just when the district comes to us to take a look at each individual item. It's not like us going to them and saying, oh, we want to move money here. So we are pretty much on, but we do get a very detailed line by line by each bond year of where the bond savings are, how the project updates, where maybe something may be going over. Generally, most likely it's under, and we get the project savings. We get the big picture. We probably spend more time going over that update, and then we get to the recommendation that we have, so that we all have a good a overall picture of all the bonds and where everybody's at and so forth. So when we make those decisions.
Thank y'all, and thank y'all so much for all the work y'all do.
And
I know y'all are doing a lot.
And this was a unanimous decision, but there's always the questions like, where can we do different savings? Can we move some money? And there was also, well, maybe we put money to some other fields, but they're not ready yet. And so we do go through that whole entire discussion. I don't know, Jeremy, if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, I'll add something real quick. And Trish, you bring up a good point. And if we look back to even like 2017 bond, if you remember, there was a decision made for those items from a maintenance standpoint that come up. And so about $8 million was allocated to that we're still operating within. Something similar could happen here. But we'll put together a report. I think I know where you're going. And so we can establish, because where we are now in the bond, we're at a place to where we can better understand what downrange is going to look like, how these projects are going to be closed out. Because when you're in the middle of hundreds of millions of dollars in bonds of modernization projects that things could go a certain way, we're in a better place where we can start identifying exactly, I think, what you're looking for.
And thank you, and I appreciate, truthfully, all the work and hours that our volunteer committee's been spending on this. And I do feel like as a board, that's what we want to do, is empower our committee to make fabulous recommendations so that we can approve. But as a board member, I'm still looking for that bond update, as you said. And maybe that's something the board can consider, is because we have made those changes where we're not using M&O dollars or setting aside pennies to go to our facility maintenance. We're counting on that INS. And so is there a specific amount we want to make sure a percentage or something we save so that we know we have that out of those savings so we don't spend out? Is there something that the board thinks we might want to do in light of the fact that INS has changed? And even last legislative session, how now it impacts our M&O. So is there parameters we need to help to fully equip y'all and to know maybe what all our major maintenance projects are? And especially because just a few meetings ago, we did the repurpose, right? And we did the consolidation. We said, hey, we want to look at a feeder pattern. That's a whole nother level in the bond. And so we had some funds there. I don't know, is it going to work for all of it? So I'm just trying to think of those things as these discussions come up. So thank y'all. Thank you for your time. And I'm looking forward to a bond discussion soon.
Board members, any other questions? All right, carry on your presentation.
Well, again, the Bond Oversight Committee, during our January 2026 meeting, we unanimously approved to reallocate up to $1.6 million from the 2023 bond project line item, baseball and softball turf, Cedar Park, Leander, Rouse, Vandergrift, and Vista Ridge, to fund the replacement of the artificial turf at AC Bible and Monroe Regional Stadiums, and to establish the rate of bond project line item to complete this work. That's our recommendation. And again, it was unanimous.
I do have a request, because I did in the conversation, and I didn't ask, can we have a second so we can make sure for a bond kind of update on our current expenses and the things that we just talked about here?
Yes.
I'll second. Okay.
Yeah, I was just talking with Dr. Clark, and so he's going to get with that and get that information. So if y'all can please, board members, any questions, and also in regards to what Trish was saying, please send to Dr. Clark so we can get all of that together and we're ready to have that conversation.
Thank you very much, because I'll still end up voting no. I think you're doing great work. I
Well,
just
we-
need that
yeah.
presentation and that update so I can feel that you are empowered. So thank you.
All right, board members, any other questions? Well, this is up for approval, so I'm going to need a motion from somebody.
I move that the board approve the Bond Oversight Committee's recommendation to allocate up to $1,600,000 from 2023 bond project line item baseball and softball turf, Cedar Park, Leander, Rouse, Vandergrift, and Vista Ridge to a new bond project line items for artificial turf at AC Bible and Monroe Regional Stadiums.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Sade. Any discussion, board members? No discussion. All in favor? All opposed? 6-1, motion passes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank
We
you for
appreciate all your
the
help.
words of
Thank you.
encouragement. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, board members, next we're going to head to 72, discussion of annual House Bill 3 and House Bill 3 update. You're just spilling everything over here today, Sade. Just ignore Sade tonight. Man, we're getting the whole group tonight. Look at this. I know, it is green. It's for Girl Scouts, Girl Scout season. All right, y'all are ready. Take it away.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark. So we are here this evening to present the District's 2025 to 2030 House Bill 3 goals and plans for our early childhood literacy and mathematics proficiency, as well as our college, career, and military readiness. So I want to connect the dots for you for just a minute. So back in September, we actually came to you with the House Bill 3 plans that were a part of our campus improvement plans and district improvement plans, right? So each 5 years, we set new goals for our House Bill 3. So during the fall, a committee has been working on what should those goals be and really looking through that information. So you had the plans back in September, but we're bringing back to you right now the goals. So that's what we're going to be sharing with you this evening. So House Bill 3 was actually passed back in 2019 and contained some specific requirements for school districts to address the early childhood literacy and the math proficiency, as well as the CCMR component. So if you look at the very left, you'll see some of the requirements where it talks about one or more district administrators to oversee coordination and development of the plan, to have very specific, measurable, and relevant annual goals over a 5-year period, so that this cycle of the 5-year started with this year with our 25-26 through 2030. And then for the annual public board review of goals and report of the goal progress. And so you can see on the chart those very specific early literacy requirements, as well as and math, as well as a CCMR. So we actually have a team, a committee that is made up of Dr. Hardwick, some our coordinators, Emily Gray, who's sitting behind me right now, who review that data and determine that plan and establish what are those goals that we should have over the next 5 years. Of course, we would love to be able to say we're going to jump 10% if we needed to, but that's not a realistic strategic goal. So there's definitely thought and strategic measures put into determining what would be the best part. You will see that under the early childhood literacy and math, there's a professional development component. And so what we do is with our reading academies, that's how we are meeting that professional development component. So this may look very familiar to you, this chart, as we have shown it a few times. So this looks at the performance levels for our STAR, our state assessment. So in the context of House Bill 3, there is a goal referred to as the 60 by 30. So you might be familiar with that, meaning that by the year 2030, 60% of Texans ages 25 to 34 will have a post-secondary certificate or degree. So you might be thinking, well, that's great, Brenda, but what does that have to do with House Bill 3 that we're talking about with our third graders and with CCMR? So when we think about that, the legislature realized that, okay, if we're going to actually hit that goal and actually reach what we would like to do, we're going to have to start earlier in high school, but we're going to have to actually start in elementary, okay? So this is where they're looking at specifically and saying, okay, in elementary, when we're looking at those proficiency standards and so forth, so what they're looking at here is in reading and math is at the meets level on STAR performance. So that's one of the indicators that they're looking at to see is to reach that 60 by 30 goal. So I want to point out, and we've talked a little bit about this before, you have obviously the did not meet grade level on STAR, but you have 3 passing levels. The first one is approaches, followed by meets, and then the master's grade level. And the meets is where we're talking about, as we've talked about, that's really where we're looking at students are prepared to go on to higher education, okay? So that's why that House Bill 3 is set at that level. So tonight when we talk about these goals, when we are looking at goals at that meets level. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Amanda Hardwick, who's going to start with our reading this evening.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark. I'm here just to share our literacy goals as we head into the 25-26 school year and beyond. And so what we're going to see in front of you is that we see a 10% increase on our goals over the next 5 years. And so as a committee, we really wanted to focus on where we have been historically. You'll see in the spring of 2023, we had students at the 62% meets level, and then in the spring of 2025 at 64%. We specifically wanted to look at spring of 2024 to see what that dip was, and it was actually a dip across the state. And when you reach into it a little bit further, it was in the area of the extended constructed response. And so from that's 10 points off of your raw score whenever you're considering how students perform on that. And so we wanted to really look at our historic success and then how our district came back from that afterwards. And so that's why we set that new goal at 74% meets grade level expectations. So now we want to really look at some of our student groups. And for those students, we wanted to take a very similar approach. If the goal of the House Bill 3 is for all of our students in the state of Texas to be 60% or higher with meets, then we need to have our students performing very similar. And so for any student group that was below 65%, we set them with a 10% goal. If students were in that 65 to 75%, we set them with the 75%. And anything at 75% or above, we hit the 80. Because if we go back to what Ms. Cruz was saying, we are really focusing in on what is that maintaining the growth and what is possible for our students when we consider that 90% approaches, 60% meets, and 30% masters. I do want to call attention to the fact that our Asian, white, and 2 or more races student groups are already above that 60% mark. And so when we think about where we can go with that, we want to be very, have the ability to really get there for our students and not set something that's unattainable. And so when we think about our African American and our Hispanic groups, we want to help support them with that 2% growth every year. So now as we look at our student groups for special education, economically disadvantaged, and emergent bilingual, we set those goals as well, using that 10% goal for progress towards 60% meets on the STAR test. And so for our emergent bilingual goal, you will see over the next 5 years that we will actually get above the 60%. And then we want to continue that 2% a year for ECO-DIS and for our emergent bilinguals to get us closer to that 60% mark as well. So with setting new goals, we really wanted to take this as an opportunity to realign our action steps to support our campuses on reaching these goals independently. And so we took the opportunity to realign our goals to really focus in not only on House Bill 3, but also our district improvement plan and our campus improvement plan. So you'll see a focus on supporting our PLCs with good quality instruction for all students, incorporating reading and writing across the content area so students have multiple opportunities throughout the day to build their literacy skills, targeting support and resources for our kindergarten through third grade teachers, such as looking at a new instructional material, and supporting our PLCs with good quality small group instruction that's focused on data-driven decisions that help students get to that at grade level expectation.
Okay, I'm going to talk you through the math portion of our House Bill 3 goals. So this graph shows the percentage of third grade students who are meeting that meets level at STAR, our students in Leander ISD compared to the state of Texas. So you will see that we are right now scoring obviously above the state of Texas, which is a celebration. In spring of 2025, our percentage was 52%. So following that same pattern or formula that we used in math, we are going for that 10% increase over the next 5 years when we look at all of our students in Leander ISD.
Can I just point out really quickly to the board just to make sure that I think it's always important to remember these are different cohorts of kids each year. So that growth from 52% to 54% those are two different groups of students.
Right. Yes. Okay, so when we look at our student groups, you can definitely see that we have some discrepancy in math between how our student groups are performing. When you look at the top line there, that is our Asian student group, and they're starting their goal at 78%, or I'm sorry, they're starting at 78%, and then because they're at that high tier, they are expected to grow to 80%. So we want to make sure that we are, again, setting smart goals and realizing that we're already really, really high in that area. And so we have to ask ourselves, is it reasonable to say that we want to go higher than what is potentially attainable? When you look at the next line, you will see our white students. And white students in the spring of 2025 scored 54% of our, they scored 54%. And then their goal is, again, that 10% increase over the course of the 5 years. So their end goal would be 64%. The next line is students who are 2 or more races. This one is a little bit different because you'll see that they went from spring of 2024 at 56%, they dropped to 49%. So what we did with this group specifically, and also our Hispanic group, which you'll see in just a second, we took the average of those 3 years, and then we did 10 points from that. And again, that is just making sure that we are being mindful of those dips that we saw within those 3 years and making sure that we're setting goals that are attainable and responsible. So when you go down to the next line, you'll see our Hispanic Latino students. They ended at 34%. In spring of 2025, they are expected to grow to 45% over the course of the next 5 years. And then finally, we have our Black African American students who ended spring 2025 at 29% meets. And then their goal is that 10% increase over the next 5 years. So like I said, I see your concern, and I do want to validate that. There is definitely work to be done around our student groups in the area of math for sure, especially our Hispanic and Black students. It's just something that we're going to have to make sure that we are really focused on over the next 5 years to make sure that we're not missing anything and that we are doing our part and making sure that we get resources and different things that identify and really focus in on those areas and the specific needs that those children come with.
I just want to throw out that I think it's pretty telling of our state that HB3, that we need to track this, and we need to report this, and we need to improve this, but diversity, equity, and inclusion is also illegal. You can't, so we're going to make it illegal for you to have departments that work on improving this in this state of Texas, but now we're also gonna penalize you and make you report on it. So that just blows my mind. I know it's not y'all. I'm just so angry that this is what's happening. This is what we see across the state. We see it in Texas. We have to report on this, and we have to do better for our, for our own rankings and how they grade our schools and things like that. But if you have a team, if you create programs that really look at diversity, equity, and inclusion and how you bring up systems, you're breaking the law. And so I appreciate that what y'all are doing and how you're going to have to do this, given the state of Texas. I want y'all telling y'all need to do this. You need to improve it. But you also can't have any tools and any systems to improve it because those are illegal. So the system itself is idiocracy and it's working against y'all. So I appreciate y'all, really being creative and coming to the table and saying, and calling it out. This isn't okay. We have to do better for our students. But I also think us as a board, we're also going to think of how do we support you all, given that the state is actively saying that we can't support you. So I think we're just going to have to find ways and letting us know what do we need to do to support your team, to support our teachers, because this is not okay. So sorry.
Absolutely. What I can say is that we are committed to making sure that these kids do not fall through the cracks. And just because there might be legislation that prevents us from being able to implement certain things, it definitely does not restrict us from paying attention and putting actions in place to best meet the needs of those students. So we're committed to doing that for sure. Okay. So moving on to our student group, special education, emergent bilingual and monitor students, and then also students who are economically disadvantaged. So when you look at this top line here, you'll see our emergent bilingual or monitored students. In spring of 2025, they were at 49% meets. They're going to have that 10% increase over time to 59% by 2030. Next, you have our special education students. They're the dark blue. In 2025, they were at, I think it is 22%, or is it 23? It's 23. It's hard to read. Okay, yeah, it is hard to read. Might be 23. But anyway, they're going to fall into that category where we took the average of those 3 years and then we added 10% to that. So their goal will be 34% by 2030. And then finally, we have our economically disadvantaged students. In 2025, they also were at that 23%. Again, they're going to fall into that 10% category because they did not decline that last year. They maintained from 24 to 25. So we gave them the 10% increase standard.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
When we're talking about special education, are we including the STAR alternate test as well, or they're just regular STAR?
This data here is just the regular STAR. It includes both English and Spanish testers, but it is just the regular STAR test.
Interesting. Okay, I will put a pin in that because I want to know more, but not tonight.
I have a question on our mathematics. So I'm following along with the HB3 and the new ISO training that's coming out, right? And one of the things that makes it a bit challenging is I don't really see how we did for the 5-year goal completely from 2020 to 2025. And that would be helpful just to see what we set as our goal and then how close we did or didn't get to it. So I would love to see that. I mean, and on a nice, quick list, because we have these all spread out, which I love that, so y'all can go through them in detail. But there is something a little bit nice about having all that together so you can look at it quickly. And then my question comes up to the goal progress measures, right, that are going to come out of this next step. And the goal progress measures, is there something we can do to Gloria's point about our student populations on the last slide and our student populations on this slide and our eco-dis? Obviously, we have an issue with our closing the gap domain. And that is something that we still have in policy, that we still can address, that we still can make, I would argue, goal progress measures around our closing the gap domain. And that seems like that one needs to be up front and center of some initiatives, because what this board can do is then we can look at Chris and say, hey, here's our goal progress measure for our closing the gap student groups. Why are we not getting that, right? And when we're talking about budget, or we're having discussions, like we start laser focusing on this. So we do help kind of address. I know there's a lot of issues you're all putting in place. I just think as a board, if we could laser focus on that, it may help us all swim in the same direction.
Thank you for that. And yes, we'll put in a Friday memo. We can get all of that data to you all in a Friday memo. That way it's all right there. So you have that.
Let me just, because you're bringing that up, and I just kind of want to add to that while we're talking about it. I think what came up for me when I was looking at this data is, and I get that we're doing this, HB3 is very specific, and I understand that, but also connecting it, for me, I'm connecting it with our larger plans for continuous improvement. I'm thinking about the academic audit and the adjustments that we're trying to make for that, the implementation of PLCs and MTSS and all of these things, and really trying to understand, not that we're going to discuss all those things tonight, but the question that came up for me is how we're using data to really understand what's behind even these broken out groups. So for example, when we look at, if we're starting from the beginning, 56%, meets grade level in ELA, but then when we look, that can range from like 40 to 74. And so there's no reason why, or let me rephrase that. I wonder about when we're looking at the data, especially, I would say across the board, the ways in which some of these categories might be broken down further to understand. So for example, within special education, are we seeing a big difference between maybe economically disadvantaged versus not, between white students in special education, Asian students, Latino and Black, like where, and the purpose of that is really to be more targeted in our interventions and in our supports. Are we seeing, and I think that you already kind of brought some of this up, are we seeing certain campuses that need more support? So really digging into that data, and I think that that's not that we want to get in the weeds, but that it helps us as a board know where we need to be really intentional with our resources to make sure that you all have that. And so that's been something I'm thinking about, like our when I look at that special education category, I'm wondering about our twice exceptional students, and also like what does growth look like versus static performance? How does this data compare to our MAP data, or our, I forget, our Amira, which I know we're working out kinks with that, but how does that data compare when we're looking at, you talked about the issue with the STAR test, but I remember when I was on a campus, one of the campus committees, we talked about the first year that the math was very challenging and not intuitive in terms of response, the way that kids had to respond and all of that. So, I get we have to walk through this process for HB3, but in terms of like meaningful steps that the board can take, I want to know, and maybe we have some sort of workshop where we look at data in more depth, where we can kind of see again at where the board should be, but thinking about what that means for policy or for the ways that we can support you. in that accountability piece, like how can we really use the data that we collect to better understand what's behind these numbers? Same thing with, like, I wonder about when I looked at this, the way it was presented, we say where special education is. I would love to see, like, in comparison, special education and not special education. Is there a huge difference there? So again, just like a little to help better understand when I'm voting or making a decision, like where that issue really lies. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yep.
A couple of things just to respond. MAP is the next board meeting, right? Yeah. So those leading that, you'll see that data next week. Then your question of like what's going on behind all this, I think there's two parts to it. Some of it's like how can you break the data down even further? That would be Emily's expertise. But then there's the practice side of it. So I talked about principal PLCs earlier. What I didn't talk about is, was it a month prior to that, we had a specific data meeting with our Title I principals. So you see concentrations of students at specific campuses, and a lot of times that's at our Title I campuses, not everywhere. And then from that, we also extended it out to some other schools as well. But what Emily did is we brought some specific data, because when you start breaking it as specific as you're talking about, that's the way to do it. So really, you get to a point where the best thing to do is from a practitioner level as principals and teachers to look at these student by student. So when we're not seeing growth, and that's exactly what they did. And it was very powerful, but very intense, I think would be a good word, but they were so grateful for it. It was interesting because I was a little nervous. I think we all were, of like, how are they going to respond to this? Do they feel like we're putting extra pressure on them because they have more challenging They were like, it's about time we did this. They were so thankful that we were doing that deep work, and they felt, first of all, they felt there's something about having that group. It's the PLC mindset. We're in this together. We can get ideas from one another. But then they walked back with confidence to their campuses of how to lead that work with their students. So that is some of that work that's going on behind the scenes. It doesn't answer all of the statistical side of your questions. I think those are great questions. We've talked about some things, and I don't want to get into it tonight, where we can show board members, give you options to see some of this work in action from a governance level.
And I think, in terms of our role in the PLC model, like what that level of data that flows back up to us, and helping us understand, again, what is meaningful, what is maybe too, you might get down to where there's only a handful of kids, and how meaningful is that as a group versus just looking at the individual kids. So just pieces that I think could be helpful in terms of our role in the PLC model. So
as you know, I've kind of like went on this real nerd deep dive on what governance means, and Trish, you'd be so proud because I have BAA legal up here to reference tonight in case I need it. I saw you looking at it earlier. But it's holding the superintendent accountable as he implements, monitors, monitors plans, procedures, programs, and systems. So there is a governance level to this. You have to understand what things are in place. Every minute detail, no, and I don't know that that's what you're asking. You want to know what systems and procedures are in place. And I think we can do that for you, for sure.
Well, and I do wonder, because Anna's mentioned before about us adopting like the goals or the areas where we want to strategically focus. When you think about the PLC training says we don't look at all the practitioner level, but PLC, in the way I'm reading it right now, because I've been geeking out and sending you my emails on this, which is that based when I look at PLC and the HB3 ISO and governance core and all those pieces together, it is taking the data that you're all working on, and you're bringing some pieces to us, and you're saying, okay, as a board, if we focus our resources, our attention, and our effort on these 2 or 3 things, in every single one of these, we're going to see a difference. And that's I think gets at it, is it's not looking at all the different data sets, although there could be some beautiful benefit, but our board meetings are only so much time. And so we need to empower the people that are hired and trained to go do it, right? We're not tactical, we're strategic. But I do think there's something in that ISO, the goal progress measures. where we say, these are the measures, because these really are high level. And I really feel like it's in the goal progress measures. I really feel that's the area where, as a board, we're saying, we're targeting down, and these are the main things we want to focus on. And so that doesn't have to be a star. It could be a something else. It could be a map. It could be focusing on our closing the gaps, because we're like, wow, we need to close these gaps, right? And so I feel like maybe somewhere in our goal progress measures in a PLC format, right, using that data pushing up to us, there may be something there.
Well, I have great news for you. I'll let you go in just a second. Our next board meeting, we're going to start our process of board priorities and getting this board reset and focused, so we're not sending administration on a wild goose hunt and bringing us all the data. So I need the board to think about this presentation, start gathering your questions and where you want our priorities to go to support to see these gaps close. All right, go, Sade.
So my question has to do with closing the gaps. And specifically, if we go to slide 9 for math, I'll show you the numbers that I took.
Yes.
So slide 9. Yeah, and the blue line for the district. So spring 2025, you have 52% for the district, and then spring 2030, it's basically 10 percentage points. So that's 52 to 62. And then if we go back to slide 11, I'm just gonna pick, whenever I look at these, sometimes I look at the lowest numbers. And so looking at the yellow, you look at this year, spring 2025, it's 23. And then 2030, it's 33. It's also 10. So it seems like we're just maintaining the gap. I'm trying to understand, maybe I'm missing something about closing the gap. Like for the lower ones, it looks like we need to set higher expectations, and that's how we actually close the gap. This is just maintaining the 29 percentage point gap for 5 years.
Well, I would agree with you. That is what it looks like. I think that as we were setting these goals, we were really trying to think through what is statistically reasonable, what is, how are we not setting goals that are going to get us to a point where maybe we're not able to meet those goals. We want to make sure that we're setting SMART goals. And so working with Emily to really dig into what does a SMART goal look like for this data set that we're looking at. Is it reasonable to say that we expect for our students who are currently sitting at 23% meets to get to 60% over 5 years? I don't know that is statistically reasonable to do over a 5-year point of time. So we did put that, there was that thought that was put into these goals, but I can definitely see where you're coming from. It makes sense to me. And again, this is a presentation to get your feedback and to make sure that we're not missing anything, so we can absolutely go back and look at these numbers again, just to make sure that we aren't setting goals that might inadvertently be maintaining a gap that we're trying to close unintentionally.
And may I jump in for just a minute? As we are trying to set some reasonable goals, right, our hope is certainly that we would surpass what we have here, right? So I want to come back to something Dr. Clark was referencing when we were talking about the principal PLCs and the work that we had done a little over a week and something ago. I've had the opportunity recently in board, I'm looking at board members who went to the PLC district-wide training, if you remember when Janelle Keating was sharing a video where they had a group of teachers talking about individual student data and what are the standards that how did that child approach this? So we would really get down to that student level to determine how do we best help that child, right? What are those instructional strategies that are going to be best for this child or this group who had this misunderstanding? We are seeing that in our very system. I saw it at Knowles Elementary last week. We actually did some filming there to actually broaden that for our professional learning across our system. We have it at every level occurring, and so middle school and high school, and we're bringing that back because that's the power of where we will be where we have the opportunity to close those gaps. It's really coming down to what we saw in a video, but we get to see it actually in person in our system. So we hope to certainly, with that deep work that is occurring and that strengthen that work, that we're going to see not only what the numbers we have here, but that we will eventually surpass that.
One other thing to note as well is that, like you said, these are different cohorts every year, right? So the goal would be that every cohort is going to come higher than the last because of the intentionality that we've put into making sure that we're focusing in on this work. The other thing that I was going to say too is that there is nothing preventing us from coming back every year and saying, okay, where are we right now? What can we make a new goal based upon where we are at this time? So these are just projected goals, if you will. There's definitely opportunity to be fluid within this. We can come back every year and set new goals if we need to, based upon where we are.
Yeah, but I think the HB3 spirit is really clear in that we're supposed to do 5-year goals.
Yes.
I mean, that really is what they're calling for. But under that, there's goal progress measures we do. And so those are, the recommendation for focus and making board meetings not long is 3, no more than 3 under each one. And when I go back to our PLC book, right, and our training, it does say Ainsworth from the 2004 book, Power Standards. She says teams need to start having each teacher reflect on what standards he or she believes best represents the most important standards. We talked about if that flows upwards and gets up to our level, then in theory, we should be able as a board to adopt 3 areas under each one of these that say, this is gonna make a difference, right? And it's y'all keep telling us, and I appreciate this so much, practitioners, like what you're doing, you're focusing on each and every, and I love that. What I would love to do, I'm gonna use the word close the gap in a different area here, is close the gap between what the practitioners are doing day to day and what this board does as far as strategic vision. Because we can empower you if we adopt goals that align with what y'all are working on, and we focus strategically on them in every meeting, right? Or not every meeting, but you can do it in a calendar. And so it is 3 goals per thing. I think there's a way y'all can bring to us, like, this is the area. And if we focus on this, we're gonna ask about is resource there? How's special education doing there? How are we closing the gap? I mean, I think it's all of our expertise could really supercharge the learning in the district, so.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I honestly, Brenda and I have been talking about this for several months. Well, all of us, honestly, but sometimes you need to focus on kids, but sometimes you need to focus on standards, TEKS. So what are the lowest performing TEKS with our different student groups? And so I think that there's multiple ways to look at it is the bottom line. That's what you're saying. And I think that's something we can definitely do. And I'm hearing some will from the board to make a few adjustments. I think we can do that, and it makes a lot of sense. So I appreciate this feedback. I know we still have some more slides to do, so we'll keep moving along. Is that good? Are y'all good? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Thank you.
Okay, so next steps for us around math specifically are, again, just to dig a little bit deeper into that data to see where historically we've had weaknesses and make sure that we're providing supports to our teachers around those areas of weakness. So we are specifically providing interventions and enrichment around those specific skills. Also making sure that we are taking into consideration what we have identified as what we expect to see in classrooms, and that is our one-pagers. So making sure that we and our campus leaders are very intentional about making sure that we're making that shift from teacher-centered to more student-centered in practice. And then also providing campuses with differentiated approaches to support based on what the data is telling us that they need. And then finally, just again, making sure that every day we are constantly reflecting on our current reality and trying our absolute best to make sure that we are intentional, actionable, and creating measurable steps to get to our desired reality.
All right, before I jump into the data for House Bill 3 and the CCMR measures, I want to thank you, Dr. Clark, for the information you shared at the beginning of your presentation, superintendent report, highlighting the college-bound culture that we have here in Leander ISD. And then you showed a second slide that showed Naviance and all the data that we're collecting from that. All of that data is what's building out what you see here. So I want to step back a little bit too. House Bill 3 from 2019 set measures in 2019. And then in 2023, the state said, hold on a second, we're going to change the measures on you. Even though you've already done this work and these kids have graduated, we're going to change how we calculate this. And so they changed the score. Leander ISD would have been an A up through 2023, but then they dropped the measure. So 60 to 100 was an A, and then they changed it where 88 to 100 was an A. So if you were an 86, that dropped you down to a B. So you can see where Leander would have been. We would have been an A. We would have been an A all the way up through the next 5 years of these goals. Due to the measure change, we've had to adjust a couple of things. So some of the work that Dr. Clark highlighted at the beginning, everything our counselors, our college career transition coordinators are doing at the high school campus level, looking at student pathways, student plans, is to make sure that our students have some indicator, whether it's college, career, or military. I like to call it 3 E's, enrollment, enlistment, or employment, that they're going somewhere. So these measures, if you look at the class of 24, it's actually the graduating class of 24, they got reported in 25. So we're setting a goal for the class of 25 that's already graduated. And at this point, we're kind of hopeful that they hit that measure, right? But moving forward through the next several years, our goal is to be an A in this area. So on the next slide, we break this down a little bit more into each student group. So you can see, again, every one of those student groups would have been an A on the previous accountability measure, the way that was calculated. Changing that score, making it an 88 to equal the A, changed the work for us. So we've got to go back and make a very concerted effort. But again, it's highlighting the work that the counseling teams are doing, meeting with students to make sure that they've got a plan in place for these kids to get them some measure where they will be CCMR met. And so we've had a lot of discussions. Some of the campuses have talked about, how do we hold the kids accountable? Some kids don't want to take the TSI. They're not taking dual credit. Some colleges don't require the TSI test. That's one of the easiest ways, and I say easy, it's not easy, but that's one of the broadest ways that we can meet CCMR for high school students is through the TSI exam. Some colleges don't require it, and I've had several kids say, I don't need this. I'm already accepted to my college. I'm not going to do this. I can't force a student to meet some measure, but we want to provide opportunities for our kids to meet those measures through a number of ways. And so the next slide, I think, breaks it down a little bit into more student populations.
Sorry,
Yes.
real quick question. If SAT or ACT scores, does that, if they score high enough in that, can we also use that?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, and I do have a slide. I should have put that at the beginning of this. The ways to meet CCMR should have been how I led this slide. It's the last slide that I've got in here, actually. And so this is another area where, again, we would have been an A across the board in every student group. Changing the measure, we've got more work to do. So we're going to go back and adjust some of these things. And so we brought some new tools in, and we've actually just had some conversations at the campus level, looking student by student to see where a kid is sitting. And we've identified opportunities where a kid is sitting in a class, what can get them to that point, or what can get them to meet CCMR, whether it's an industry-based certification, TSI exams, dual credit, AP tests. There's a number of areas that our kids can meet this. The AP Scholar, the AP Honors, we have students across the district taking AP exams. That's not an issue for us. TSI is not really an issue. We have great success with that. A lot of our campuses do really well with that. Industry-based certifications is one that I'm, again, kind of frustrated with the state and TA. They change the measure every year. The good news about this most recent session is that they've set those certifications from 25 through 2030. It will be the same exams. Prior to this, they could change the exam every couple of years, and it could be the Microsoft expert this year, but next year that's not going to count. Well, we had 300 students at this high school that met it this year, but next year that test doesn't count. So I've got to go back and change. And so they're locking those certifications in for a 5-year period.
Well, that's what I'm wondering too, is that I like the idea of you're like, look, I want to get all of our students up to this level at CCMR. When I was looking at the state's examples of how you set CCMR goals, they were focusing on the number of students that'll obtain a CCMR, a CCMR outcome bonus.
Okay.
I don't like that as much as yours. I like yours better, but the outcome bonus, because they change it, then you're just looking at the percentages. And do you think that we are asking you as a board, because we adopt these goals, by doing it doing it the level you want, and they change it every year, is there a different way to do it to help make sure we're staying in, like, kind of keeping the measurement the same, so that it's something we can follow along better, so you don't have to reset and hit a reset button every year? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, great question. I think especially for CTE, for the industry-based certifications, those will be set. So that's a measure that will be in place for the next 5 years. So that's not one that's going to change. TSI, there's some areas that things are changing with TSI. That test has changed in the last couple of years. There are some programs out there where students could meet CCMR through like college prep math, college prep English. The state has 0 providers out there that are approved to give those courses or those exams right now. So it's one that's kind of pending. I almost hesitated to bring this up, and I talked to Dr. Clark earlier this week. House Bill 2 and House Bill 20 out of this most recent legislation is going to change all of this. So we're coming to you tonight with these goals to adopt now. In the near future, and Emily and I talked about this last week, the measures that the state wants us to track and record are going to be extremely difficult for us to track down. They want to see post-secondary success of students after high school from 1 year, 3 year, 5 year. How are students persisting through college? They want to see wages earned after high school at 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, broken down by every single student group. So while this slide and the previous slide looked busy, it will be nothing compared to the new slides and the new goals we'll bring in a couple of months whenever we find out what that looks like. We don't know. So again, to your question, we can set these, but we'll come back to you at some point soon to look at this again.
Same for reading and math, because the test is changing in 2028. I don't want to open that. I opened the can of worms I shouldn't have, but it will evolve. It will evolve, yeah.
Well, and I get it. It's insane what is happening, because we're supposed to be doing the slow and steady and focus on it, and it's not happening. But I would like to know, like, since we're supposed to adopt these goals, and then in theory adopt goal progress measures and be focused on that, whatever we can do to help in this wild and woolly world of CCMR, just be thinking about it, because I think that's important as a board. If we can get behind HB3, like, you know, when I first got on the board and the TAPR report would come up, you know what the board would tell me? Oh, that's TAPR. It's data. Don't even worry. It's like, yeah, we have to spend time talking about this, though. Like, this is going on, you know? And so I just feel if we're going to talk about this and you're going to be bringing these presentations, how do we really make it worth the while and we stay strategic and let y'all go do tactical?
So I have a question or a comment/question. I had gone to a conference where a school district talked about how they were able to very quickly get to 90%, and you can't force people, but you can actually get some behaviors you can encourage certain behaviors. So what they said they did was very early on in high school, they had this collaboration with the student, the parent, and faculty, whether it's the counselor, just to let them know that when you get to junior year and you're entitled to an off period, you're not going to get one until that CCMR is hit. But knowing what needs to be done in order to get CCMR, I think that's even just the first step. Like making sure like all the parents know, like this is very important. But I also wonder if in Naviance there could be a tracker there so that people can know based on this selection, yes, this qualifies for CCM. This could potentially give you that CCMR, or when they hit it, then it is noted in Naviance so they can see it.
So I might not be the most popular guy in my previous district because I did put a policy in place where a student had to be CCMR met before they got their off period. So again, at the end of the junior year, we looked, have you met this? And if you hadn't, then senior year, you're going into a class. The unintended effect of that was we had more students on campus. So, and it was, so we found a spot to put them into. We put them into a class where they could do some remediation on TSI. They could work on those tests. And it was a great thing for us. And it really did encourage students to meet CCMR before they got to their senior year because they wanted to have that off period. So it was a good thing overall. And to address your question, yes, I mean, there are a number of things that we can put in place to do that. We do have some tools that actually the CTE team purchased a new tool. It's a CTE database that they're using to track certifications, track the career tech student organizations. It actually shows where a student has met CCMR. They rolled it out just with the CTE teachers. They did a presentation for our department earlier this week, our team. They met with the high school principals about 2 weeks ago at the principal PLC, and they shared it with them. The principals really enjoyed looking at the tool and seeing it student by student. So it is an area, students actually have access to it through ClassLink when they log on. We had students that found out about the program before we'd ever told anybody about it because they go on ClassLink in the summer and they look up things and it's weird and I don't know why, but they found out they could access data that we didn't know they could see yet. They actually found their schedules before their schedules were released. Yeah. So the students have access to this tool. That tool also pulls data in from eSchool so they can see the courses they've completed. They can see where the kids are sitting to meet CCMR. And as a tool for administration, we can look at it and run a report, and I can show you the opportunities that exist for a kid based on where that kid is sitting. So it is something that we're rolling out very slowly. It's kind of started word of mouth. CTE purchased the tool. Other departments heard about it, wanted to see it, and so Emily has worked very closely with my team to put that in place. Counseling is starting to look into that as well, so we've got a lot of people that are interested in the tool to start tracking this information. Parents can log in or look at their student's account from home if they wanted to see it. So again, it's on ClassLink, it's called EduThings, but it's something that we're gonna start using a lot more to track the CTE and the CCMR piece. All right.
Can I just say something real quick? I really appreciate all the work you guys do. I mean, all this labor to try to figure out where we match up. And I mean, one of my brothers asked me one time, he said, ask yourself a year from now what you would say to yourself a year from now. And so I think what a wonderful challenge you guys have to say a year from now, even 10 years from now. You guys were here at the forefront when they asked a lot of you to track these kids and to really say to the kids, you know what, we care about you. In fact, I love that idea of giving some sort of reward by getting yourself ready for the next chapter in your life, not to just sit back and as a beach bum and hope you win the lottery. Most people don't. So we want you to be encouraged. We want you to be, and we're here for you to be encouraged. So I'm very grateful for you guys all taking up that challenge. And to say to yourself, you know, again, wow, in a year from now, in 10 years from now, I was there when it started. And look what we did. Awesome work.
Can I just say that Emily Gray is here, and she is like really the brains behind all of this. Yes. She is here tonight, and we appreciate her. And,
I'm spotters ready.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, Emily.
I do like making charts and graphs.
Board members, do you have any other questions? Go ahead, Laura.
I just want to point clarity here that I think what's helpful, at least for me when I'm thinking strategically, is just understanding again who we're targeting. And what I want to say too is that I know in the academic audit, it talked about like our use of data to assess progress and close gaps between student groups. And so I just want to say that, like, I know you all talked about the data here today, but I know I've had conversations with all of you that you are very much in the data. And obviously, data is one piece of the picture, so it's not like that's the only thing driving decisions. But I just think that it's really important for our community to also know how much you all are doing to continuously improve our curriculum. We're going to be talking about alternatives to curriculum tonight. You know, that was another thing that the audit talked about and very much contributes to the growth that we hope to see. And so I just wanted to acknowledge too that I know you all are really using this data and thinking about the improvements, and I'm excited to see the results from all of the efforts that you all are making. But I also just think it's important for our community to hear about all the work you're doing when they see data and they see that we say we're not satisfied with it, like what are we doing? And so thank you all for the work you do and for sharing that with us.
Board members, any other questions? Well, remember our next board meeting, we're going to start opening that package of developing board priorities. And then that'll be able to, some of the concerns and questions y'all had, we'll be able to direct, and we'll be able to center focused, and we'll be able to actually focus on what we're looking for and not making y'all go this direction and this direction. So thank y'all so much. This was really, really good. I know y'all are doing a lot of great work. I see it on my kids' campus. This whole course selection thing has been amazing, I just got to tell you. But thank y'all so much. So. All right, board members, we're going to move some stuff around, and we're going to go to 7C2, discussion and consider approval of Pfluger Architects for architectural design services related to the repurposing of Fabian Elementary School.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark, as the district moves forward with the repurposing of, planning for repurposing of Fabian Elementary, administration is recommending Pfluger Architects for design and architectural services tied to that project. I'll remind us that Pfluger Architects was awarded back in 2023 in August in our architect engineer pool for services tied to the 2023 bond, and that's why we are bringing them forward tonight. They actually did design services for our early college high school as well, so as we talk about potential uses for this facility, they kind of fit the mold and fit their planning services to what we need.
So I just have a comment, since the name Fabian keeps coming up. So I know that during our December meeting, during that vote, I did talk about possibly just keeping that name for that building. And I've since really thought more about it. Like, since she was an elementary educator, I thought we still want to preserve her name within the district. However, instead of keeping it at that building, because I'm sure that name's going to be floating around in all these documents. So I was wondering if for our early childhood center, that it's more appropriate for her name to be used to name that building, because she was more of an early educator as opposed to a high school, which it's going to be used, and then we can do something else with that building. So it's not really, her name's not attached to a building, but for purpose, and the purpose is educating the younger ones.
Also, Fabian was one of our big early childhood hubs. I'm just throwing that on there. I kind of love that. I think it's neat if there is a way that we can really honor that name and keep that name, present in our district. And you're right, it aligns well in that space. I also think the timeliness of it as this school, just something to think about. I know it could be like, oh, it could be something down the line. It could be I just think, I agree. I feel like the community,
It's now. It's
Yeah.
not. We don't have to. And you're right. That's true, because I think of previous boards, they had wanted Fabian Elementary, that building, to be the actual hub for all, not just a portion of it, but the entire building, to be a hub for early childhood. And so this will really carry on that purpose as well.
Okay, so tonight, I know it's not, but let me work this through. So Fabian repurposing, right, as we're getting ready to repurpose this building to, New Hope, we don't know quite, New Hope, right? New
With
Hope.
this action, we can plan for that, yeah.
So, right, so basically with this action of this is gonna get us to New Hope. I see what Sade and Gloria are saying, because if we're designing a high school, right, we wanna go ahead and start fresh, not a whole high school, but a early New Hope. We wanna start fresh, right? And I understand what y'all are saying, so maybe could we have an agenda item or kick it, isn't there a legacy committee or something? Can we kick this to the legacy committee? Because I know what you're saying, Trish.
I think the only reason why I brought it up was because of the
Because it's name, right? And to me, it's part of the
because
process.
it's
It
part
really
of this
is.
process of repurposing, because are they going to keep using that name on those documents?
I
as
agree with
opposed
that.
to taking the name off so we can use it where it should be.
I mean, I agree with you, Sade. To me, I feel like it is part of it. It is part of the whole repurposing process. I mean, you look at other districts that have gone through this, that name change, oh man, they're gonna hold on to it. And I love your idea, so administration, if y'all could help us get that direction for the board so we can get that going. Because I know y'all have this legacy committee. I remember hearing about it during the consolidation talks, I think.
Yeah, so there is a legacy committee that is part of the transition committee. It's like a subcommittee within, yeah.
calling it legacy. Okay, yeah.
Well, there is a group focused on legacy, yes, and Sarah's leading that larger transition committee. And so I think that's something that we can take back and consider. We do have an ECC naming committee, but that process started before the decision was made to consolidate Fabian. So that's due here at the board soon. So let us go back. We'll look to this legacy committee. And see where this can blend with somewhere with the I don't have an answer right now, but we can come back if you want to put this on an agenda.
Yes, I would like that, just because to me, again, going back to what you said, Sade, I mean, if we're gonna start brand new, clean slate, let's give New Hope High School that brand new, clean slate, right? And if we're gonna honor Miss Fabian and the legacy that she's done here, and I mean, let's be honest, when my kid was in ECC, it was either Winkley or Fabian, and I would have gone to Fabian, but that was 25 minutes away. And so we're in unique circumstances. I mean, it's our first consolidation and we have our first ECC. And so for me, it's part of the process. And so I'd like to see administration take that to the legacy committee. And really, I mean, when we talked about consolidation, our big goal was ensuring that that community and that legacy stays attached to the culture of this district. So thank you, Sade. Thank you so much. Board members, sorry. Any other questions about Pfluger Architects and their repurposing for our New Hope High School?
No, and thank you for walking us through that. I had a question on process, if that's okay, because it says that Pfluger Architect is going to work, and this is, again, something different. I mean, we haven't done it like this before. And so they're going to walk us through architectural services. It says it begins with programming and analysis to establish the appropriate campus use based on identified needs, New Hope, Early College, Leander, but you have an IE, Leander Extended Opportunity Center. So there could be other needs or other things based on analysis that they're gonna do. And then you are gonna come to us, because it says, and continuing through full design services. So is there an update you bring to us, or do they go and design everything and we pay for the design and then you come show us the design? I'm just trying to see for the new process when that check-in happens.
Yes, so IE represents the permutations. It could take on several permutations of the 3 identified needs, programs that we're looking at, understanding that very difficult to fit all of them in there. But from a programming standpoint, we're going to establish as a district how these things could work. And they're going to be right alongside us through this journey of identifying what is the best permutation for the use of this facility that supports all programs. And then we will provide an update once we have that solidified and concrete. Come to you like, this is where we're landing and this is where we're going, and then we're going to go as quickly and methodically as we can towards that goal. But once we narrow it down to what the use is actually going to be, we'll come back to you somehow to provide that update, and then we'll work and keep you informed along the process. Once we identify that, it comes into being kind of more familiar process that you've gone through before. So that's where we'll start.
I move that the board approve Pfluger Architects for the repurposing of Fabian Elementary as part of the 2023 bond program and authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute the appropriate contracts.
Second.
I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Nkosi. Do any discussion?
I just have I guess
Yeah, we
I'm
have
not sure
discussion.
if this is going to be outside of the scope of this, but do we have like an expected timeline on when the actual identified needs will be like, is there anything, can the building be used while they're figuring it out, or can it not? Or, I'm just trying to understand that. Or is that all part of this research?
Yeah, there's uncertainty and unknown right now, and so I can't give you a definitive answer until we know what those uses are, and then we look at the building itself and how we'd phase some of that design. So that will be downrange just a little bit, but now, if we get this approval, then we'll have that team leader to identify a lot of this, get our committee together and start that work so we can give you those answers at a later date. Not much later, but at a later date.
All right, reminding of our motion from Gloria, second from Nkosi. All in favor? All opposed? 6-1, motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
All right, board members, we are going to take a 11-minute break. So it's 8:28. We're going to be back at 8:29. It is 8:44 p.m. and the board is back from our break. And now, board members, we will now move to 7B1, Legislative Listening Circles Update. Hello, Angela, again. Whenever you're ready.
All right, we are here to talk about the listening circles. This is a much-awaited topic, as we were working to present this to you earlier. We're here tonight just to give you an update on the process and talk to you about some potential interim priorities that we'd like for you to consider. So let's jump in. This is very similar to some of the style of work we did with the academic calendar. I'll give a little bit of a context to legislative listening circles and what they are, and then we'll walk into what our recommendations are tonight. So we have done these before. This is the second round of legislative listening circles that we have engaged in. I do want to draw a contrast for those who might not be aware of the purpose of these. So for the first time that we did these, we did them in preparation for the 89th legislative session. And what we wanted to do was make sure that we went out to community, and when I say community, I'm talking about staff, I'm talking about students, parents, anybody that wants to voice any type of thoughts or feelings about LISD and what they feel like we need to be doing to support them in preparation for the 89th legislative session. That feedback and that information was gathered in order to allow us to consider how we were going to best partner with lawmakers through the 89th legislative session through our legislative priorities. After those priorities were set, we went through that session, and then about summer, at the end of the 89th legislative session, that was wrapped, and then we had new laws that we were implementing. So this second round of legislative listening circles was all about calibrating the reactions and the lived experience of the rollout of some of these new laws. So it was a same design, but very different purpose. We wanted to understand the lived experience of our staff, our students, and our community as it relates to some of the new laws that were in place. So I'm going to just kind of flash through these real quick. I just described the first round of the listening circles that we did in preparation for the 89th legislative session, and these were the beautifully crafted legislative priorities that the board adopted for that. We made sure that we set priorities around curriculum flexibility, special education, educator salaries and retention, effective partnerships, voucher opposition, state funding, and school safety and mental health support. So just as a reminder, these were kind of the guardrails for the board to make sure that we're partnering well with our legislators and lawmakers through that process. And so why did we do listening circles again? We wanted to make sure that we were providing you, the board, with grounded, community-informed understanding of what the new mandates have, the effect that they've had on our daily operations, our student experience, and our family engagement across our campuses. The goal of what I'm going to present to you today is all about evaluating those priorities I just showed you and trying to decide whether or not some of our interim priorities could help us through this time period before the 90th legislative session comes into place. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about who we heard from. We were able to capture in a short span of time 495 total participants. To contrast this with the academic calendar presentation that I just did, these are all 100% in person. So there is a opportunity for families and staff to engage in a thought exchange if they can't be there in person. But the reason you see that number less is because the whole purpose and the design of these is about getting in front of people and having really rich, deep conversations. And still, we were able to get almost 500 participants in this process. It emphasizes the district's intentional focus more on staff for this round as compared to last round. And the reason for that is because, again, we're assessing what was the impact on the actual rollout and lived experience for staff members as they were experiencing that. So there's a lot more weighting towards staff. So before I go into what I asked, I want to kind of set the stage for those who maybe haven't participated in a listening session. So the design of these, you're going to have in each group a facilitator and a note taker, and each group is between 6 and 10 people large. And so it's purposeful that we keep it small so that there's a sense of safety that is maintained in that group. And then the questions that we provide for the facilitators are written into a script so that we have consistency in responses, and we make sure that those questions are very limited. And so we do that so that the conversations can go deeper versus getting a lot of information on a bunch of different things. So that just kind of frames that for you. The questions we asked were, how are the new laws affecting your campus? That could be a parent feeling that, or we're be posing that to our families, to students, and mostly to staff. What is working well, and where are you experiencing strain? And how are instructional materials, technology restrictions, and consent requirements and behavior expectations playing out in real time? So those were the questions that we asked to frame the conversations. As expected, there were a lot of different directions that those conversations went, even with these questions asked. Quick shout out, got a couple people in the room. Brenda Cruz, thank you for helping, and Christina Hardy, thank you for helping. Large amount of central office staff, not sure if Dr. Hardwick's still here or not, but she pitched in. So many different people came and helped out. That assistant principal group was massive, those people that came, and a lot of the assistant principals that are listed on this slide, this is their second year in a row doing it. So I had facilitators from the first round that jumped right back in and wanted to help facilitate for the second round. And I got to shout out the teachers. I had 2 teachers in the district that 2 years in a row have helped us through this process. So it's just really cool. And then obviously, huge shout out to SER, who always helps me through this process. Okay, so in your full report that you have, it's lots of pages and lots of graphs, but I wanted to make sure I just kind of elevated the most important one that tells the best story. So just to kind of talk a little bit about the method and the approach that we take here. So whether it's myself that's in the group and conducting the circle, or if it is another facilitator who's delivering their notes to me, the note taker is really scripting. So there's no interpretation that happens. We're not asking people to lean or advocate or anything like that. We just want you to take down what people are saying. We don't document anybody's name to maintain a sense of safety. And those notes come directly to me. And as the notes come to me, I'm immediately trending what I'm reading. And I read them right away, so I'm not reading like a bunch of them at one time. That helps with the fact that I'm extracting the right information. Those trends then, so let's just say that I got a script and they talked a lot about cell phones. Then one of the trend codes is going to be cell phones, right? And so you'll see all the way down the left side, those are the trends that came from the analysis of the scripts. And then we just read the scripts and we code them based on what's being said, very factually speaking. If there was a reference to cell phones, it's coded cell phones. And so what you see on the bar chart is how many times something was mentioned. So that kind of helps you interpret this data a little bit. The most coded comments were just general disagreement, and that could have been for anything. That could have been for consent requirements. That could have been for cell phones. That could have been for anything that we have been referencing or talking about. So that's probably why that code count is as high as it is, because it could reference multiple different topics that were being covered. The most impactful, honestly, and the next highest coded was consent complexity. And I'll talk a little bit more about that here soon. And it goes on from there. You see some references to cell phones. And then what you're going to notice if you really pay close attention to those down the left is a lot of them have to do with the rapid rollout, the procedural adjustment, the not knowing what to expect, the confusion that happened, and frankly, some of the fear that was resulting in, I don't know how to comply with this well. And a lot of that with time passing has really reduced, but that's a lot of what you see happening down the left. All right, so I'm going to kind of go over my high-level findings. Again, you have much more detailed information in the full report. But finding one really was that there were mixed views on the new laws. So everybody had different feelings and feedback about it. And it wasn't always particularly stakeholder dependent. I would say that when we looked at the coding over general disagreement, that was a lot more stakeholder dependent. When we did DWIC, which is a mixed stakeholder group, we had a lot of parents and community members that were expressing really like strong disagreement with certain things that were rolling out. But from staff members, we didn't hear that as much. So that was the only one that was kind of stakeholder dependent. But one thing that we saw a little bit of commonalities really in was phones. People were really, really, really receptive to the phone-free environment. And not that we have it perfect at this moment, but the ability to have something to fall back on when we're enforcing that you should not have phones in your possession. I've had a lot of educators say to me, the social interactions have leveled up, kids are reading books on their downtime, things are just looking different than they used to. And so educators especially very appreciative of the phones. The consent requirements came up a lot. So this really was centered around the confusion, the delays, and the unintended access barriers that took place, and I'll expand on that here in a slide or two. It was less about, there was not a disagreement to the intent of the law, so I want you to hear that. That's not what it was about. It was about the way that it rolled out and the timeline in which it rolled out, and then for us specifically, we were trying to work through things and figure it out, and then TEA guidelines would come out after, and they would most often come out after the law was effective. And so then we were kind of having to backtrack on some of the implementation that we did. So a lot more clarity now that we've had some time, but that was a lot of what we were hearing. Instructional materials in some areas produced uncertainty, reduced access, and increased caution among teachers. You probably reviewed the report and saw that the most commonly mentioned instructional material was EPIC, which is a reading program that we had access to. We are working through that. Becky has solutions, so we're in a really good spot right now. But what it's just unintentional of the intent of the law says that we want parents to be able to see what their students are reading. That's wonderful. We totally agree with that. Because that system at the time didn't have the mechanism to allow for that, students had the ability to do read alouds in this EPIC program, and then all of a sudden they didn't anymore. And teachers didn't really know how to manage that piece. And so that also is tightly correlated with the rapid rollout and the lack of clarity. And then the 10 Commandments, really, especially from the educator side of things, there was general disagreement from more from the community stakeholder group of what this law is about, and I don't agree with it. From the educator standpoint, almost all of the comments were, it's fine. We have a certain amount of schools that have them posted, and we did not have disruptions or fear or anything along those lines for the posters that were hung up in particular classrooms. What we heard more from educators were campuses that don't have them yet being fearful of what's going to happen when they do get them. So it was interesting in the groups, and this is why the circles work, is because there would be a teacher in a group that would express that fear about what's going to happen when we hang them up, and then a teacher that has them already, and then she's like, it's fine, it's okay. Like, the students keep learning, it's a poster on the wall, it's totally okay. And so again, just fear and lack of clarity around what's expected, and generally just wanting to do the right thing. So finding 2 is tightly tied to some things I already mentioned, which is just about the consent confusion and access barriers. So on this one, I'm not going to read these bullets, but I'm going to tell you a quick little anecdote that I felt was really representative of things I was hearing as it relates to the access barriers. So I had a secondary assistant principal who told us a story about a student who, super spontaneous, like just, hey, what's going on over there? I'm going to do that. And so he was walking home, getting ready to walk home from school, and a friend was like, hey, you got chess club, you want to come? And he's like, well, I'm not a part of that club. And he wanted to go and join the club, called mom. Mom was like, yeah, go ahead. And then found he couldn't because the consent wasn't signed right. So he went to the club, and the teacher was like, I really want you to be here, but got to slow you down and make sure that you have this consent signed. And so that was a story that she told to express like how it could potentially be a barrier, describing the kiddo as somebody who, unless we're on him, we got to make sure that he gets that consent signed because it probably won't come back, right? So that's just a small anecdote to kind of illustrate what that means. It felt like COVID at the beginning of this school year, just a lot happening so fast that we can't respond effectively. And then teachers just feeling like, gosh, I want to do the right thing. How do I do the right thing? And a lot of us needing to reassure. So we heard a lot of that in regards to what we're calling early implementation fatigue for our third finding. And then here, so this one is about, finding 4 is about whole child and inclusivity concerns. And so really what this one centers around, I'm going to give you an example for social emotional learning tools. We had a lot, this is Calm Down too, but we had a lot of staff members who were like, I just want to say, how was your day? Can I say that? Like, those are the types of things that we were trying to clarify at the beginning of the year. So when we say SEL tools, we're not talking about what some might think in regards to a curriculum or anything comprehensive. It's just, I want to check on my kiddos. Can I do that? Am I allowed to do that? Right? So a lot of having to work through those types of things. And then there was this general perceived narrowing of safe spaces for students in school. So if there's this fear around being able to check on my student, does that then reduce their ability to feel safe to express concerns that they might have? I would say that came more strongly from our parent responses. Okay, so we're going to move into these recommendations. We do have local recommendations, and what this means is our administration, district level, is looking at what we can do to address some of these things. So for some of them, it really was time and space, just kind of settling into the new expectations, but one of the top one we just talked about recently and we're taking action on is simplifying and streamlining the consent systems. So just to illustrate this for somebody who might not be familiar with what we experienced at the beginning of the year, we had nurse consent, club consent, what am I forgetting? Counselor consent, right? There was several different things happening at one time, and we were each trying to make these different consent forms and push them out as fast as we could so that we didn't delay services for any of our students. What we're looking at now is how can we build this into our registration system so that when parents register their students annually, there's an ability to opt in and give that consent as a part of one seamless process. So that's a recommendation that we're addressing right now. Clarifying what does not require consent. So I'm gonna give you an example to make sure that we're clear on this one. A lot of, am I allowed to put a Band-Aid on a student? Right, a lot of that happening. And even so recently that's happening, so we're being very intentional to make sure that we're repeating a lot of guidance and being as clear as possible with our staff so that they know what they can and can't do and we can make them feel safe and our students can get what they need. The EPIC piece, I'm not gonna be as specific here, but I know that Becky's making amazing moves here. We have a partnership with a company, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that we're not doing EPIC anymore. She's not there. Okay, thank you. We're not going to do EPIC anymore. Do you want to speak more to it?
It's a newer tool that does meet all the criteria, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. This newer tool is going to allow for that parent access that we need, and it still provides the same service to our students. And so we are addressing that as we speak. And the increasing consistency across campuses really just had to do with that lack of clarity and not understanding what needed to be done. And EPIC's a perfect example of that. We didn't want to say, absolutely do not do this until we could figure it out. But now that we have this new system, we have consistency. This is the tool and the resource that we would expect you to use. That's an example of multiple different ways we're trying to create some consistency. And then for the board recommendations, if you remember on the earlier slides, I flashed the priorities that you adopted in preparation for the 89th legislative session. Those bullets are at the very top. My recommendations have more to do around the pay did come up, even though that was not an explicit question. The discrepancy in the pay raise from the state came up frequently, especially in our special groups. So instructional coaches, librarians, wanting us to really consider how do we even that out a little bit at the state level. So my recommendation would be you consider adopting that in your interim priorities. And then really the other two are less about direct legislation and more about how we best partner with our legislators. So helping them understand the consent processes and some of the barriers that might happen there. One example I wanted to give you with the consent at the beginning of the year was supporting Baghdad with the crisis that they were managing, and we did a lot of home visits, a ton of home visits. We were physically in the houses talking with families, and we were offering, do you want your child to get any counseling support, those types of things, and they were like, well, absolutely, yes. And we were like, hey, we're looking at this list, we don't see your name on the list, and they were like, what is this, right? And so what I'll tell you I noticed out of all the visits we did, language was the barrier. Every family we spoke to was Spanish speaking, had very, very, very limited electronic access. And so it was a lot of us sitting down, and they could read because we had a Spanish translation, they could read it, but didn't understand. We needed to explain to them what we were asking from them. And once they did that, we're like, of course I want you to sign that. Of course I want my student to get support when they're struggling at school. And so those are the types of things we just want to develop understanding around with our lawmakers. And then reducing implementation burden and clear guidance. So just considering when are we saying laws are effective and how much lead time do we have, and can we partner that a little bit closer with TEA guidance so that we're consistent when we're rolling some things out. So those are my recommendations for those interim priorities moving forward. And with that, I'll open with discussion.
Board members, do you have any questions?
This is just the discussion, though, of the process, right? And then the next one is about the recommendation adoption. Is that correct?
So, yeah, this is just discussion, and then...
then the next one's going to be the priorities.
Well,
so
we have an approval tonight for LISD interim legislative priorities tonight.
And that's the next agenda item. I just want to make sure I'm hitting this right. Yeah, so for this agenda item, I really appreciate all the work. And for our legislative committee, and I think Gloria and I remember when we didn't do legislative listening circles, and it was like you were kind of starting with this blank slate of, you had your priorities, but really how can we connect it and amplify it with district voice? And so these listening circles have really been a game changer, I think. And it's not just so much about the fact of us being able to listen to all of our community, but the fact that you went and did a double listen after the legislative session to go, okay, now, what do you notice? And I think that is so powerful for this board, this district, and this community to say, okay, we've listened to the community, and here are the things that we're hearing. And then for us to be able to adopt some priorities based on that. So thank you for all the work. In a short timeline, you have done really an amazing job. So legislative committee, we're always blown away when you come present. Thank you so much. And I think it's amazing.
Great job. Just a kind of a comment. I know some of us knew that Governor Abbott spoke this week about early pre-K. During that conversation, they talked about House Bill 6 and how basically was not a complete solution. And so others have reached out that are involved with that HB 6 advocacy. So I'd really like to get with you and connect you with them, because I told them, we have such a great person taking this information, and I love the fact that you went to the APs, because that is who's going to be impacted by House Bill 6. So I'd be really like to hear what that's done at the campus into student experience, because it's opened up, it could go a really negative route really quickly. And so this is great, Angela, thank you. Legislative committee, thank y'all. Y'all are very active. I appreciate those almost every Thursday meetings, not anymore. But no, this was great. I'm excited. This is where our work is. This is what we got to do. We got to go advocate for our district. So appreciate it. Board members, any other questions?
I have some on the recommendations, so.
All right, okay, let's go.
So the next agenda item on the recommendations, I have two thoughts. One is voucher opposition. I just don't know. I get why that discussion is, but I'm just wondering, is that the right word to capture what we're saying? Because I feel like there's something about giving us the ability to address the educational needs of the students in our community, because that's our charge, and to keep addressing systems that do that. And I just wonder if that's more comprehensive and gives us more of what, like when I look over the comments and what people were saying, is there a better one? And then the other one is just that local responsibility. I think that's so important because that's what we're talking about. Is so much of what happened was quick. It was implemented without real consultation or discussion from your superintendents and trustees of how's this going to work? How are they going to do it? And I know we have associations and organizations that talk to lawmakers, but I really think being able to advocate for the fact that, when a law overreaches into an area that we're supposed to be working on, then we can't provide that to our community. And we're we're having some of those discussions right now about things like ADC calendar and curriculum. And so I just think local responsibility, I just don't know if putting it under safe and innovative is the right area, because I almost feel like there's more there. I'm not really sure where that goes though, but those are my two thoughts.
Okay, so for the, I'm getting old. I can't do two things at one time anymore. I was trying to finish my word. I'm can't do that. So for the voucher opposition, I think that could be a conversation with the board to decide what you want to do there. So for that one, what I'll say is that priority was set as a result of the first round of listening sessions. And so we created that going into the 89th legislative session. When I was developing your interim priorities, I was recommending it maintain because I didn't have anything to say we shouldn't. Does that make sense? And so that's up to you all if you want to maintain that or not, because it did not, to your point, it did not come up in the second round of sessions. But that doesn't mean that we would remove it because we weren't addressing it as aggressively as we were in the first conversations.
So I think for me, and I'm just going to say it, they're here, right? It's done.
Yeah.
And if anything, I think if anything, what we have to do, this is voucher oppositions to me is the same as going and yelling at lawmakers and be like, raise the basic allotment, because they don't care about that.
Right.
They don't. They're focusing on individual buckets. Mm-hmm. And so I honestly would rather everyone knows we care about our local public schools, we serve our local public community. Everyone knows the majority of us oppose vouchers. I just think it's redundant. We've lost that fight. We're just gonna get up there and just talk to the wind.
Absolutely.
I think if anything, what I'm looking for is when you talk about local control, Trish, is we can get up there and scream local control, but they're not gonna give it to us because they're like, you can't do this, you can't do that. They think we're incompetent, we don't know our community. I think if anything for me is, what are we looking for when we talk about local control? What is that direct connection so we can get there? Like how we focused on special education last year and we went in and we were all double down for evaluations. Granted, we didn't get what we want, but I really think this district and the advocacy that this district did, and Pete going up there, and I think Dr. Waltman did as well.
Yes.
You know, being able to have that really life experience. I mean, we saw that needle move for evaluation. So if it were me, just based on what we learned at TASB's Grassroots is, I like the broad thing, but if we're gonna get out there and really legislate, like, and this will be another discussion, what are those key points that we can take and really dig down and bring back to our lawmakers and be like, hey, guess what? We had over 1,200 evaluations. You only paid us $1,000. And by the way, we've evaluated over 80 students who are at homeschool or who go to private vouchers. Like, that's what I would like to see, but I know that's another conversation, so.
I do, I agree it is like a second level. And I don't know if we want to have it here at board level, or if we want to take it to ledge committee, or how we want to roll it.
Committee first, and
Yeah.
then we can bring it back.
But I do think there's something about, because you're right, the word local control is like one ear and out the other right now. But I do think something about a local responsibility,
Yes,
because
that's what I
we
was gonna
are
say.
charged with a certain amount of duties that they've given us in code. And so, yeah, governance, strategic, local policy. These are areas that are also being infringed upon, encroached upon, having, when you look at what happened in local policy in this last legislative session, right? And it's like, these are small things that are really impacting our ability to really give the community what they're asking for. And so I think maybe that's that local responsibility, but maybe you're right. We go through and we say specifically, let's name some specific things that we see that are real issues that we want to tackle, but maybe not yet, if does that work?
Let me throw a thought at y'all and tell me if this might fit, I think, what you're saying. So there's a couple of things here. So there are the smaller, granular things we really need to be addressing. I do think that a lot of what y'all referenced is already covered in your priorities. So special education is specifically listed that we could address, we could attach some of those references to. I've already talked to y'all about this, but the salaries and retention are there. Funding is included. We could, if you all are in support, we could remove the voucher piece at this point. And then school safety and mental health support is still there. So those are your things that you're partnering with the state on. I do thank you for mentioning the local responsibility piece. I do have that, and I think I do agree with you that it might be helpful to keep it as a separate priority and maybe consider this. You have those small things that you're addressing, and the circles told us that the lack of clarity and the rapid implementation is really problematic for our families, for our student, and for our staff. And so with the way that we've phrased this in the report is that with local responsibility, legislation should be developed in partnership with local leaders to ensure policies are feasible to implement, fiscally responsible for local taxpayers, and aligned to student outcomes. So that right there addresses the concerns that we were hearing in the circles. Local districts have a responsibility to carry out these laws effectively, and to do so, we must be included as stakeholders early in the process so that impact on student achievement and operational readiness is fully considered. So that's how your interim priority is phrased right now, and keeping that as a separate priority can address all of your other priorities. It's almost like an umbrella to all of the other priorities that you would have. So that would be my recommendation.
The only thing I wanted to add when I read this is that I saw that potentially, and again, this is probably for the future, that voucher opposition kind of evolving into allowing, it's some form of allowing public schools to compete, whether it's through the types of mandates that are unfunded, that are placed on public schools, but not on alternative educational opportunities, the requirements for testing and,
It's accountability.
Thank you for the words I'm looking for, but thinking about how that is going to potentially a way that this evolves, and it ties into that local control, because how are we going to compete with what the alternative education experiences are in our community if we don't have the ability to make those decisions. We're kind of hamstrung by regulations that they are not.
Yeah, I'm
Or
glad you
funding.
said. Oh, sorry. I'm glad you said that. I've had my finger here
I
for a
saw
long
it.
time.
I've been watching
but maybe no, like opposition to vouchers is the wrong fight to take on. It's equal access to those funds. I personally don't know that vouchers are gonna. If this is really about parent choice, not vouchers only give a choice to parents that can take their kids to a private school. Not every parent has that ability, but I'm nervous to say this, but I'm going to say it. Like, if we really want to provide parent choice, then they may be able to use those vouchers for different things that we offer, because we offer things that not many private schools can compete with the level of quality. So can we capture those? I go back to that article you sent me, Trish, about Mesa, Arizona. They were not able to use voucher dollars for that service. But as we look at repurposing buildings, can we have house opportunities, services for homeschool co-ops, or these little small micro schools that we're seeing pop up or here and there? Those people like that service they're choosing. Maybe we need to quit opposing that and see what we can offer them, and then capture those voucher dollars for. That's maybe that's the better fight to have, I'm wondering. Yeah.
So tell me if you all think, based on what Dr. Clark just said, that the funding from state priority that you already have, I feel might already address some of those things, and then removing the voucher opposition piece would be okay because we're addressing it in the priority prior. So this one talks about state funding for public education to ensure equitable access to quality learning opportunities. That's how it's phrased. And then it ends with legislative priorities must include increasing basic allotment to ensure equitable resource allocation across districts. So that might address some of the comments that you're making.
Well, and I'm just, these are interim, so I just don't want to get us too far in the weeds on this, because I feel like, I think the conversations are good. I think we can continue to develop these, I think this, if the board is okay, then this gives us permission to take this to the next level in time for the 90th.
Absolutely. Okay.
I was just going to say that it'll be interesting to see how this plays out next year.
Yes.
And so that might give us more information. To your point, let's not get in the weeds, but I like that we're thinking about this far ahead. Then we can get in the weeds, because I think if we go with very specific things to request, that helps. So now we have this broad idea. Maybe we then narrow in on
Absolutely.
use of vouchers for homeschool co-ops, or whatever the case may be.
And the legislative committee has discussed, and I'll just say this for the purposes of community that might be watching, that in preparation for the 90th, one thing that we'd like to do is do these circles much sooner and get a broader base across our community and be really specific in this process. So I think that needs to be the conversation we start having about what is that runway that we need, so that we can keep the quality of conversations what they are and continue to collect the feedback. So.
Awesome. Any other questions? Well, I'm looking forward to our presentation at NSBA on this.
Yeah, that's be fun.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
All right, board members, stay there, Angela. We're going to go to...
Do we need an adoption?
Yeah, hold on.
That's
I'm
the
going to
next-
officially name it, though. So
Okay.
we can 7B2, consider approval of the Leander ISD interim legislative priorities.
I move that we approve Leander ISD interim legislative priorities as stated here in the meeting.
Second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Laura. Any discussion, board members? No discussion? All in favor?
Question.
Oh,
Does that
hold on.
Sorry. Does that include the changes that we made? So for example, when you talked about taking away the voucher opposition and replacing it.
That's a good
it's
question.
As discussed. Not just as presented on here, but as discussed.
As discussed. So
Okay.
I'll make those modifications based on what we talked about, and yep.
All right, motion from Trish, second from Laura. All in favor? 6. All opposed? 1. Motion passes. Angela, thank you so much for this work. This was fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. All right, board members, sorry, we're jumping around today. I'm sorry, but we're going to get back in order. Next, we're going to do 7A3, discussion of instructional materials adoption process update. I thought I'd give y'all a break before y'all came back. I'm just saying. I was trying. I'm just trying to be nice. All right, whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
All right. Okay, hello again. I am here tonight with Dr. Hardwick to present to you an update on the instructional materials adoption, specific to the courses that are going to be adopting materials for implementation in the 26-27 school year. So I'll be talking specifically about elementary K-3 phonics, and then after that, Dr. Hardwick will be presenting on both elementary K-5 math, as well as what our plans are for secondary. So if you recall, back in November, we presented to you all basically how the process for instructional materials has changed over time. And we are here tonight to give you an update on where we are specific in that process. Like I mentioned, pre-K 3 phonics and also a potential elementary and secondary math adoption. But before we get into the details, we wanted to let you know that there has been a lot of thought and consideration that has been put into this process because we know that it is a big lift on our system, and we want to make sure that we get it right. So, speaking about those considerations that we had to take into account, we're looking at new curriculum implementation. And so we know that kindergarten science is going to be rolling out a new curriculum resource next year. It is the third year of our elementary science rollout. So when we're thinking about that and then also coupling that with a potential K-3 phonics, we're really thinking through the implications of what that lift might be for our teachers. Then when you start talking about a K-5 math adoption on top of that, then you really start to consider like, whoa, okay, how is that going to work? That's a lot of planning and strategery that has to be done in order to make that something that is doable. So we would, if we were to move forward with all three of, well, we know we're moving forward with science, but if we were to move forward with K-3 phonics and math, we would have to consider a staggered rollout and look at what that would look like for our staff. The other thing that we considered was campus leadership feedback. So we began this process specifically by engaging with our elementary principal feeder leaders. And so I don't know if you are aware, but there are feeder leaders for each of the feeder patterns, and they kind of represent their group. So we went to them and we said, hey, we are considering a K-3 phonics adoption. I don't know if you know much about our current phonics adoption. It is heavy. It is a heavy lift for our staff, and a lot of times they are looking for some supplemental resources to support. And they resounding said, absolutely, we need something new. So we charged them with going back to their principal peers and eliciting feedback to really get an idea from the whole principal group. Is this something that we are ready to consider? And again, for the most part, we got a resounding yes, we need to move forward with K-3 phonics. So then also, we have had opportunities to plan for some meetings in our campus leadership, or I'm sorry, not campus leadership, our district leadership meetings. We're going to be having some Q&As that we're going to offer to our principals and other district staff members just to engage in some questions around what all this could potentially look like. Again, we don't want to miss anything, because if we're going to spend millions and millions of dollars on these resources, we want to make sure that we get this right. The other thing that we took into consideration was the understanding that if we are to adopt a resource that has been approved by the State Board of Education, that we also have those entitlement funds to our disposal to use. So that is a big consideration for us. Okay, so we're going to talk now about K-3 phonics and the criteria that we used to identify quality resources that also align with what we believe is good teaching and learning practices within Leander ISD. So some of the criteria that we have decided is important to us is that the vendor supply both English and Spanish phonics materials. So you'll see the vendors are below. Those are the 4 that we're considering right now. Each of those has or is planned to have a Spanish version of their phonics resource. So, and it's not just a translated version of the English phonics program, it is actually a Spanish phonics program. That just helps with continuity. We've had a lot of feedback from our campus principals that the disalignment between some of our resources in monolingual and dual language campuses is not necessarily greatly aligned. And so we want to make sure that we are hearing that concern and providing a resource that we can compare kind of apples to apples when we're talking about looking at data and seeing how our students are doing in those programs. Also, we have made a commitment to making sure that any of the vendors that we consider are in alignment with our our literacy instructional frameworks, which were created with staff and also in partnership with E3 Alliance. And then last, the criteria is that we will not consider a resource that is not on that state board approved list. The other thing to remember also is that with these resources on the state board approved list, they have to be 100% aligned to the TEKS. So that really does weed out a lot of programs that might not necessarily be 100% aligned. So it gave us some good guidelines. So again, those vendors that we're currently looking at are Amplify, Benchmark, iReady, and Reading Horizons. Full transparency, we are doing right now, we're in a pilot with Reading Horizons. It's going really well. We're getting a lot of really great feedback from the campuses that are implementing. And I have not seen the Amira data quite yet, but I am looking forward to seeing what that looks like at the campuses that are doing that pilot. Okay, so the way that we have attacked this adoption is kind of through a phased approach. And so currently we're in phase 1, and that really includes preparation, vetting, and launch. And so what we have done as kind of our first step is to put together a district committee. We had a kickoff meeting where we established some non-negotiables and also reviewed the rubric that we will be using to rate these different phonics vendors. And then we also were able to work together to create a campus selection process for instructional materials technology allotment steering committee. So basically, we put together a process by which we were going to get feedback and the teacher and campus staff voice in this process. The next thing that we would need to do is go through a vetting process. So we'll take all of those 4 vendors and we will kind of put them through the digital request review process to make sure that all of those vendors that are on our list are have the capabilities to work within our system. And then we will also then take those 4 vendors and we will get committee reviews and narrow down the materials through vendor presentations and live demos. So we're in the process of that. That's where we are right now through January 31st. You can see the timeline up there. So phase 2 is really around review, feedback, and finalization. That runs February 1st through March 6th. So the first part of this is to make sure that we are meeting that required 6-week period of time where our community can come and they can see and kind of put their hands on these resources to get an understanding of what it is that will be put in front of their children. The interesting thing is with most of these resources is that they're very web-based. So some are completely web-based, some don't have, or some do have some hands-on pieces to them. So this will be wildly different than a past adoption where technology wasn't as big of a focus for us. So we'll be working with SCR to get that messaging out to our community so that way they have opportunity to look online, and then we'll also have some live spots throughout the district so that way people can choose to go and get their hands on materials if they would like to. Also, we are going to be engaging our teachers in a review process where they're going to be interacting with that rubric that I was talking to you about earlier to basically to narrow down that list even more. Because ultimately, we want to get down to 2 that we're really looking at for potential adoption. We will host community listening sessions through CACAC as well as DWIC to get further input from our community and our staff. And then we will hopefully have a final recommendation from our campus based upon all of the feedback that we gather from those. We're going to ask our campuses to gather all of their specific feedback that they have from their staff. And they'll submit their final recommendations to us. We'll take all of that feedback to narrow it down to those 2. And then phase 3 kind of goes now to y'all. So we will, our district committee will review and synthesize all of the data that we gather throughout this process to make a final selection decision. Once we have that final selection decision made, we will prepare a presentation for you all to present and make sure that we are in alignment between district and board on the resource that we bring forward. And then we will present to you all that final selection recommendation. And then you will have to have action on that. So you'll need to approve or not the resource that we bring forward. I'm just saying.
Would you just add for us as you're going, just how long is our commitment to keep this instructional material, or what is our
So
thought
there's
on how long
actually
that needs to be?
not a commitment. That is something that has changed. There's no longer an 8-year cycle, so you don't have to sign a contract. And then
I appreciate that, but with that now gone, I'm curious from administration, are we thinking we're going to do cycles like, I mean, 1, it's expensive, and 2, it's curriculum development, and it takes time to roll out. And so I'm just curious, are y'all considering giving us a timeline or a commitment of how long we think we'll use these resources?
So we have already started working, especially with our CTE department. If you remember last time, their first batch is coming up next. And so we have to be very strategic just about our funding and how we engage in our adoption cycles within our district. And so we have started with the CTE department because they are technically up next in talking about what their needs are, and so that we can scope this work out. We know that our funds are limited. We also know that we are locked in on price. The state will dictate what our prices are for the materials, and so there's no more negotiations. The only place we can negotiate is on the professional learning side. And so we have to be very strategic about that, and we have started to do that. So we've started to align when the batches are dropping, and then as the request for instructional materials is coming up, where are we in our materials and how long have they been in cycle as well. So we've started that process, and we're hoping to have something laid out for the foreseeable future up to 2030 and 2031.
The content drives that too. Like that's something like phonics. I don't know. I started to say it doesn't change, but it really does change. Like the philosophy around that changed a lot. So, but it doesn't change as quickly as some other content areas. There are new math teaks on the horizon, but we don't know. I'm sure you're going to get into all that later. I know we don't have a solid answer on that. It's tricky because like it's just they yanked the rug, this whole system. I was really frustrated by this, but there are some pros to it. The pricing is not, it's a kind of a positive to all this. Like they're negotiating much, like that just removes all that burden and confusion for us. As long as we can find a resource on that list. And I honestly didn't think there would ever be anything on there worth buying, but there's some good stuff on there. So, yeah.
There is. Okay, so once we get to a point where we have gotten approval from the board to move forward with a resource, we would initiate ordering through the EMAT system. Don't ask me what that stands for. We tried to figure it out. I really have no idea, but it's the system that you use to order all of the materials that the state, that are on that state board approved list. And so that is super easy. I mean, literally you put the order in and you get it within a couple of weeks, maybe even less, to be completely honest with you. And so then really what we are going to have to do, and we've already kind of started this process and just thinking through, to work with vendors on a professional learning plan for our teachers. So if we're going to be launching K-3 phonics for the 26-27 school year, we really need to be thinking through now what that professional development is going to look like, starting possibly even in the spring through the summer and into the whole 26-27 school year, to make sure that we have a really robust professional learning plan that supports our teachers through this adoption.
So now we will discuss our K-5 mathematics. And I do want to preface everything with this one is running about a month behind what our phonics is. And the reason is because we wanted to be very intentional about what we were going to be doing with this. As Dr. Clark discussed, we have new math standards on the horizon within the next few years. We also have math academies that will be implemented. They're piloting those for the 26-27 school year with full implementation for 27-28. And that will also impact our K-3 math teachers. And so that means that our K-3 teachers are going through the Texas Reading Academies within their first year, as well as the math academies. And so that will be a requirement. So we really wanted to be intentional about, are we ready to go through this process, and also get feedback from those feeder leaders, which we have already, and as well as the rest of our principals in our district as well. And so you will notice that it is running about a month behind, but we will be engaging in this adoption process. It's the implementation and rollout that we are still working through. We know that we need a new math resource. You've seen some of our data today where we are with our goals, and we know that something needs to change. And so it's really thinking through what our system can lift at this point to what that implementation looks like. And so, again, you're going to see a lot of the same things repeated with what we did with phonics and where we're going with math. And so we want to maintain that we are always aligning to what we believe about learning in our math classrooms. The student experience comes first, and that's what our instructional frameworks really do represent. So we want to ensure that we are aligned to those in all ways, as well as looking at only State Board of Education approved materials. With those materials, ensure that they are 100% TEKS aligned, as well as having embedded supports for all learners, including our emergent bilingual, our special education, and it really helps our teachers to think about what happens when students don't get it and what happens when they do, so that we are reaching all of our learners. That's one of the great parts of having a high quality instructional material. So what are we doing right now? We are finalizing the district rubric that we will be using for our instructional materials review for math with our district leadership, as well as meeting with some of these vendors to vet them before they go to our district committee. And so we have a little bit of a longer list that you'll see a little bit later for math. There are more options for math than there were for phonics, especially when we considered that on these EMRA reports, we did not just look at if they were approved. We only looked for materials that were in what we call the green across the board, meaning they were 89% or higher in all of the domains. And so that has narrowed that list a little bit, but we still have a few vendors to work through. In our next phase, we will establish that district committee of representatives to ensure that we have all voices, including our assistant principals, instructional coaches, math co-teachers, and math specialists with our teachers as well. We want to ensure that it is compatible with our system, just like with phonics, and we want to set up a vendor review day with our district committee so that they can be exposed to the full implementation of a K-5 math curriculum and better understand everything that goes into it. So after that committee narrows everything to the top 2 or 3, we want to take that back to the community again. And so we will do that with our community review, having our open locations, as well as our campuses, where our committee members will go back and tell our teachers all about the resources they've learned about, and they'll come to that consensus, as well as taking it to DWIC and to CACAC as well. And so finally, we would love to bring a recommendation to the board and finalize our professional learning plan, depending on what that implementation will look like. Again, we're going to rely very heavily on our leaders. We have time with their level alike at the February 3rd Leadership Day, where we will be discussing this further about what implementation of a new math curriculum resource would look like. So secondary math. We mentioned it whenever we were here in November that our elementary math has been engaged in a pilot. We want to do the same thing for our secondary. If you remember in November as well, we talked about the last time that math had a resource. It was the McGraw-Hill textbook in 2016. Our math looks a little bit different now and what we believe about math. And so this will be a huge shift for our campuses, for our teachers, for our administrators. So we want to ensure that we are preparing for any barriers that stand in our way, what goes well, where are we hitting implementations, and what is the mindset that our teachers need to work with. So we want to engage in a pilot at secondary. And so currently, we are looking at data and working with our area superintendents to determine what feeder patterns we could help and support right now for a math pilot. And so it's been really exciting to look at some of that, to talk to some of our campus leaders as well, who are willing to engage in this pilot with us. So anytime that you are going through a pilot, you have 2 different resources running at the same time. And so there are curriculum implications for that. So we will have to update a scope and sequence, think about what our assessments are, as well as what strategies may need to be embedded in professional learning to help those teachers implement this with integrity and fidelity. We also want to coordinate with our vendor to ensure that we have the proper professional learning for all of our teachers in the pilot as well. And here are the list of vendors that we are looking at. Again, all SBOE approved. We currently do have Amplified Desmos lessons in our current curriculum, but is not being implemented in its full alignment. And we do pay for that as an additional resource in our district currently out of our general fund, not with SBOE. They are approved vendor for K-5 and plan to go into the request for instructional materials process in the 26-27 school years.
All right, board members, do you have any questions?
Just to clarify, for all the implementation, it's going to be for whatever it's going to be designed for. If it's for the younger kids, like the phonics, every elementary school is going to have the same thing, right? So we're going to have continuity through all the schools, okay, because I felt like there was a problem with that before for some reason. And of course, you would get different variations of problems from the test scores and everything else. And so if you made everything the same, well, then it would be interesting to see where you could help kids or campuses that need it. So thank you.
Yeah, we're absolutely on the same plane there.
So I just have some clarifying questions. You had mentioned that there was a pilot with Reading Horizons.
Yes.
And that's all part of the evaluation process, is that correct? But the other materials, they're not being used in any evaluation, so could that skew the
It could.
evaluation? Like, why wouldn't you have picked any of the other ones for an evaluation, or those were considered and it ended up being Reading Horizons?
So when we entered into the pilot with Reading Horizons, it was based on their philosophy and how they approach phonics instruction. It is the most closely aligned to what we believe about phonics instruction in the district. And so that's why we wanted to engage with them first and foremost. When you look at Amplify and Benchmark and iReady, they also are not scoring as high across the EMRA rubric. They have different areas. Reading Horizons is 100% across the board in all of the different areas for phonics. And so we felt that they were the best one to align with at that time based off of what EMRA reports had told us and their approach to phonics instruction.
All right. And then this is a resource for K through 3 phonics, but when it comes to 4 and 5 ELA, is it something completely different where we currently have, or that will be done at a different time?
That would be done at a different time.
So at some point, we will have to, at some point, we will have to consider a K-5 comprehensive approach as well. So something that includes reading and writing, and in that, we would hope to see that 4th and 5th grade phonics come into play as well. When we do this K-5 comprehensive for ELA, we will also have additional phonics. We're hoping that we will be able to use that as a supplemental resource for our teachers in K-3 so that they have multiple high-quality instructional materials to choose from. But that 4th and 5th grade would be included in that K-5 comprehensive adoption that we have probably in the next 3 to 4 years.
I may have missed this, I'm sorry. I heard you say that you're piloting the phonics and then you use some of the math in secondary. Are you piloting or using any of the K through 5 math right now?
Yes, we are currently piloting K-5 Amplify Desmos across different campuses in our district.
These are, in my opinion, some of the benefits to the state board approved curriculum. They are not curriculum, state board approved resources. They have done a lot of the legwork. Like when we went through the science adoption, the starting point at the continuous improvement conference, like took up the entire cafeteria at Henry Middle School. I mean, there were probably 7,500. I mean, it was just overwhelming. I don't know how we really, again, I hate to keep harping on that, but I feel like this is ending up to be a better thing for our district than for districts, period. It does help us narrow the scope a little bit.
But when you think about the curriculum that needs to come out of this, how long is that gonna take, do you think, to develop? Because that's part of my thought process in asking what is gonna be our commitment, because that takes time too. I mean, just a little short answer.
So we've been able to really look at this through our science lens. Science did adopt an amazing K-5 product that is very close to what we would consider a high-quality instructional material. And so we've been able to look at the work that they've been doing and the time that they've been putting into it to really kind of gauge what that work will look like. When I say that these high-quality instructional materials that are coming out are extremely helpful and beneficial for our teachers. So a lot of the work that we do in curriculum of sourcing strategies and embedding interventions and thinking through that, even the assessment piece is already there and it's aligned to the curriculum. And so our work is to really help better understand the standards and how to assess and what are the variety, because the supports are required in the new high quality instructional materials.
It really, so Anna was talking about how the PLC process and how this all fits into that. So I think you were there at Baghdad the day that I was like, oh man, this is pretty amazing. They're one of the pilot schools. I think it's 4th grade, right? Yeah. So they they were talking about how they're looking at data, just to try to connect all this for you. They're looking at data and how do we identify kids that have low performance on specific TEKs. Then there's an intervention available, also an enrichment, right there handy for the teacher. Then there's a reassessment tool that assesses the same TEKs in a different way. It is very powerful. It doesn't make it just simplifies a lot. It's going to be, and then the legwork on all the curriculum is better. So they are coming with a better product. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so you kind of think about it, you know, you get this resource, and the fact that it is 100% aligned to the TEKs, you really could pick up that resource and start day one and end day here, and know that you have, if you follow their scope and sequence, you've done the work around making sure that our students are ready to move on to the next level.
As opposed to when we adopted Bridges, it's 80% TEKs aligned. So we have to make up the difference. Now, and people hear that and they're like, what? Like that, but that was acceptable from the state's rubric at the time. So things have evolved. It's just, it's hard because we don't want to overwhelm the teachers, but you saw the data, we see there's urgency to it. So we're just having to balance all those things.
So is that expected to solve some of the issues with curriculum implementation that was not very robust across the district?
Yes, absolutely. I'm like, yes, I think that it's, you know, loud and clear. I think that when you look at the Gibson audit, it is very clear that we need some tightening up as far as alignment is concerned. And so my perspective is, if we're going to be spending millions and millions of dollars on a new resource, then we really do have to have some tight and loose around what that looks like as far as implementation goes. And if we want to be able to know without a doubt whether or not the resource is working and doing its job, then we do all have to be committed to implementing it with fidelity, so that way we can pinpoint where there might be weaknesses within that resource, and we can work to address those weaknesses before they become historical problems.
This gives us a real opportunity. Right now, a lot of our teachers focus on having to find resources, looking for the what. This is going to put this all together for us so that in our PLCs, we're focusing on how and student outcomes. And so the shift goes from this planning to this internalization of a lesson, and what does this look like in my classroom for my students? And so we take out the work of finding the resources so that we can focus on the art and craft of teaching.
So I think to your question, Sade, it'll help. We will need to hold tights. I honestly don't know that it's going to be as tough of a sell. Honestly, I think they're going to find it more appealing. They're looking for things that are put together and easier for them to navigate, and this will help with that.
Board members, any other questions? Thank y'all so much. I also just want to say thank y'all for keep tying it back to the audit report. It's so nice that to see a full circle, like just knowing that that was done and we had that whole presentation, and y'all keep bringing back like pieces that you're improving, and that to me makes my board member heart so happy. So thank y'all so much. All right, board members, we are going to take a 7-minute break right now. 7-minute break, and then we will be back. It is 10:05 p.m. and we are back from our little break. And board members, we are now going to go to 7C3, discussion of the 2025-2026 budget projections. Take it away when y'all are ready.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Clark. Tonight, myself, Pete Poppy, Chief Financial Officer, and Gina Mitschke, the Executive Director of Business, are here to discuss the 25-26 update. Now, for the new board members, remember, this is something we do every January, February, March. We start giving an update on the current year. Gina is going to go through that presentation, and then the next agenda item, she will continue that presentation, kind of roll it into how that affects 26-27. And I will turn the time over to you.
Okay, so I want us to spend a little bit of time on the actual document, the summary of revenue and expenditures. I want to walk through it just because it's kind of key in all the things that we're talking about tonight. And I want to make sure that the board members as well as community kind of understand what this is telling us and where we're going. So I'm going to take a few minutes to do that. So I want to just, if you look across the top up there from left to right, you'll see 3 columns, right? And the first column is your original budget. This is what the board adopted back in June. And then the second column is revised budget, which is really kind of aligns with the amendment. We bring the amendments every month, and that's going to align with that. The last column is your projection. So that's 6 months of actual data, and then we are projecting through the end of the year. So the top portion talks about revenue, you'll see that. The second portion is expenditures, and then we get into transfers in and out, and then it talks about impact on the fund balance. So if you look at the top on the original budget, you can see that we adopted revenue at 460.6 million, right? And then we adopted expenditures of 481.2. And there was a small transfer in that we included of 350,000, which resulted in an adopted deficit of 20.5. Okay? So then let's move into revised. You're going to notice that the revenues stay about the same. The only difference there is going to be like some athletic revenue event that we've received. It's like $8,000, so it's pretty minimal. But if you look at the expenditures, they've increased a lot. That's due to rolled POs that we did back in, I want to say August or September, we brought to the board. Those are items that were in process at the end of 24-25, but the services were not complete or we had not received the items during that school year. And so the funds were rolled to 25-26 so that we could cover those services and or items. So that's that, and it's about a $4 million increase in expenditures that you're gonna see, which results in an increase in the revised budget, the deficit. It's about $24.4 million. So it goes up about $4 million from the $20 million. Let's move to that final column. This is where, at this point in time with the revenues, we now have CPTD values, T2, I talked about this last month. So we're updating that in the template. A lot of funding elements are being lined out from legislative things that have happened. And so we're entering those things in the template, or the template's being updated with corrected formulas. We're also adjusting for the enrollment, whatever it is, up or down. Obviously, this year it was lower. So all of those things have been factored in. And when you look at all of that together, you're going to see that we have increased revenue. I think it's about, what was it, about $4 or $5 million over what is revised, which is a great thing, right? And it's not final, but it is better than when we started. Okay, so now, same thing with the expenditures, which are key. We have 6 months of actual expenditures. So we're looking at payroll every month. We're looking at, our contracted services, utilities. We're looking at true costs, and we're looking at that monthly, and then we're building out the remainder of the year based on those trends, what we're seeing. When you enter, October, November, you start seeing almost this, especially with payroll, they stay pretty much the same because your staff are kind of hired, they're locked in a little bit. There may be some fluctuation, but it's not big. And we're looking truly at the by function we're doing this because we're trying to really get down kind of into the weeds at this point so that we can make really good projections for the remainder of the year. Also, with other expenditures, we may know of events that are coming up that we need to pay for, and we're including those in our projections. So it hasn't happened yet. A good example of that is when the trailer was damaged or totaled. There were instruments that needed to be replaced, and we know that, and that's about $100,000. I've already built that in because it hasn't happened yet, but I know it's coming. So we're building in anything that we're aware of through the end of the year. So now let's get down into transfers in and out. So if you look at our, well, let me stop there. I'm sorry, I'm pause just a second. I'm getting ahead of myself and starting to talk really fast. y'all tell me to slow down because I can go really fast talking about numbers sometimes. So if you're not catching something, please stop me and I'll take a minute to kind of go through it. But if you look at the expenditures, with all of those things that I just said and projecting through the end of the year, our expenditures are projected to come in less than revised budget by about $11 million. Most of that's in payroll, and that makes sense. And it typically is in payroll, but there's several reasons this year that that's occurring. One is lower enrollment. We did not fill teacher FTEs that we didn't need due to the lower enrollment. That's a payroll savings because those FTEs were in the budget, but we don't need them. So we know we're not going to need to fill them at this point, most likely. There's also, there were several positions built in for the police department, lots of marshals and police officers. Those have not been built out yet. They have not been hired. Now they're hiring, but they haven't been hired yet. There were also other positions in the central office that were kind of put on hold for several months before hiring. So those are all savings that play in to that payroll savings that you're seeing in there of about, I think it's 4.8, and I can't see, so 4.5. That kind of feeds into that. And then we never expend all of the supply contract to serve. You have some savings that end up happening at the end of the year. So what we're projecting right now, and there could be unknowns, the expenditures are gonna, it looks like, come in a lot less than what we budgeted and a lot less than revised budget, which is, again, a good thing. So we're getting more revenue, we're spending less in expenditures. And then if you look at transfers in and out, when we adopted the budget, we did not put in any transfers out. And what we've historically transferred out for is for the health insurance fund. In past years, you would have seen some larger numbers in there. Well, back in December, the board approved a $2 million transfer out to the health insurance fund. That's in here now, so I've already included that, but I also put in a little bit of a cushion in case we need to put some additional funds in there. I'm really trying to be conservative when I do this in January because you want to be really careful about not coming back and it going in a different direction. So I have been very conservative with these numbers. But ultimately, it results, I mean, it's a really good outlook. We're talking about $13 million less than what we'd anticipated. The reason I'm taking kind of the time to walk through this is because doing this, one, it's important so that you can see where we're at this year, but this impacts future years. This ties directly to our budget parameter. Let's just be honest. So if we're saving $11, $12, $13 million, that's upwards of a 3% budget parameter typically if you look at our history. So I want to keep that in mind as we move into discussions about 26, 27 assumptions and things that we're going to talk about there. But right now, since I did go through that fairly quickly, I want to stop and pause and see what kind of questions you have about this report.
Well, I want to go back to that budget parameter because we've said as a board, because the way M&O is going to happen, we're not going to be able to put as much back into fund balance. So any expenditure of fund balance is an issue moving forward. And so I really appreciate this. So celebrate, yay, great stuff. I also want to make sure I'm very cognizant of what it is we're actually looking at here, which is, yes, this is a celebration, but again, it would exceed a budget parameter, would it not, of like how much we really want to be dipping into fund balance.
True, but just to remind the board, for 25, 26, y'all adopted a budget parameter of 4.5%, so it was much higher than, you know, in order to not make reductions or do other things that maybe we didn't need to do. And it's coming to fruition that we're seeing the savings of about a 3%. And I just want you to keep it in mind. I'm not recommending anything right now, but it's important that we correlate this to what's actually happening. Where we didn't see that last year, right? We ended up in a true deficit. We are, things that we've done budget-wise and being conservative and some changes in methodology, we are going back to seeing some of the savings we've historically seen. And I just would think that it's really important to point that out to the board, that I think we're going back in that direction, so.
I think I tie this back to some of our discussions last time of we're conservative, regardless of what we budget, we're getting very conservative in the way we manage whatever we're budgeted for. So just because we budget for it doesn't mean we're spending it. And I think that kind of was a topic that came up last week. And it's important to know, and we definitely have plans. Honestly, I know that Rachel's we're already looking at how we're managing staffing that we haven't even issued yet because of transfers and different things. Like, we're just getting much further ahead of it. And when we have these systems in place, in my opinion, I think it allows us to make better staffing decisions. And then it's not, wait a minute, we need a teacher and we're not in this crisis mode, and then we add it, but we really didn't need it because there's inefficiencies in the system. Does that make, yeah.
And
That's really like high level, but it all ties together.
Well,
you know?
and just wanting to know how far, I just don't want to get ahead of the skis, right? Does this allow for X, Y, Z discussions in the future, right? And I think
Yes.
there's still, I'm trying to put this in context of moving forward. So
Yes.
that's all.
And I agree with you, but I want the board at least paying attention to it, and I'm going to talk about that some when we talk about 26, 27 and my thoughts on this. So not doing anything right now, that's really key, no. But I maybe talking about that in future months based on what we see in the next couple months.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we can just be like,
No.
woo.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
it's not that.
That's definitely not what I'm, but I
We're
forgot
gonna
to
continue.
mention something, other good news too. So like the SHARS funding that we didn't receive in 24, 25, it is possible we're gonna see, that's another $4 or $5 million that we may see, it looks like we may be seeing this year. So we may be coming back with a projection that even has more revenue. So just understanding these are the reasons why, and we need to be conservative at this point. The formulas and the funding template hadn't been finalized. Becky in our office does a great job of projecting out, but being conservative in doing so that we don't get in a situation of thinking we're gonna have more revenue than what we do. Does anybody else have any questions about this report? If not, then we'll move into the next item. Okay. I don't know, I'll probably forget, but I'll try not to. Yeah,
So board members, all right, no other questions, so let's move on now to 7C4, discussion and consider approval of the 2026-2027 budget assumptions.
All right, thank you, board members. So now I want to talk about, we need to discuss follow-up to the January 8th board meeting about the 26-27 budget assumptions and hopefully getting approval of those tonight after we go through this. I plan on providing some updated information as well as some context and some rationale for our recommendations. That was one of the asks from the board members. And this next slide just outlines I don't know where that's weird. This one isn't though. It shouldn't be.
You look at the slide.
Board members, just take a look at your board book. This is, technology's being technology.
Yes, so last time, just like last time, I put some kind of things again for the board members to think about as we're walking through the presentation. There's specifically key things that were concerns or topics of discussion last time that I'm bringing back forth. And so like impact of student enrollment and what that does to the deficit. What the impact is of including a pay increase right now at this time. Consideration again of the budget parameter or the payroll savings that we use. We maybe want to consider looking at those assumptions in the future. And then kind of targeting that March 26th budget workshop as a date to revisit assumptions and really hone in on some key things.
And I just want to add a little bit here. So the way we worded this is it's impact of student enrollment projection on the deficit, but then there's also impacts of student enrollment on the deficit, which then in turn impacts the student experience and the teacher experience, the staff experience, like then our outcomes are impacted. So we talked about some things that we were moving forward with. We had identified, was it 7 million last time that we're moving for. I don't remember the exact amount, but I think you're going to revisit it. We're filling that is the point I want to make, but we're filling, those are decisions we're making. Nobody's happy about that, but we feel good that we're going to be able to move forward and still be successful as an organization. But depending on where we land tonight, the next wave to hit the next 5 million, or if you see the different scenarios, those are going to be harder decisions to make. We're going to fill those differently. And so yes, when we look at these different scenarios, it changes that deficit, but I think hindsight's 2020, we could have also just really woven in that then in turn does impact the student, and it's a whole different ballgame, which we'll get into more. But I think it's framing this whole conversation through that lens as well.
Thank you. So the first few slides that we're going to show here, it's revisiting a lot of the stuff on January 8th, and I'm just doing that because these are lots of numbers, and I know it's hard for board members to remember. It's hard for me to remember all the numbers, so I'm bringing back some of the things that you've already seen. I may add one other thing because the board asked for it or because I think it's important that you see it, but a lot of this is revisiting some information that we saw on January 8th just to kind of remind you of where we were at. And the first slide is really going to be about enrollment. So we talked about enrollment. PASA came in and we've used their projected enrollment, which is the 41,841. That is projected enrollment by PASA. And last time we also showed reduced enrollment by PASA, which is the 40,754. But in the middle, we talked about some middle ground, possibly you're doing a different scenario. So I went ahead and did a projection based on 99% of projected growth. So 99% of the students that are in the projected number, so that 41,841, taking 99% of that gives you 99% of that projected growth, which is that 41,423. It's in the middle now. It's that middle gold bar. You've seen this slide last time, but it just had 2 gold bars. Now you have one in the middle, and it just so happened to fit in the middle. So when I did it, it kind of blended nicely. So we're kind of going to step through those scenarios. I added that scenario, and you're going to see some additional information with that incorporated into the discussions in the next couple of slides. Okay, so this slide right here, if you look at the left-hand column and the outside right-hand column, so not the middle, but if you look at the two, this is exactly what you saw in January. The projected enrollment is on the left, which is resulting in the deficit of over the parameter of the 12.7, which is what we've talked about consistently, our target of meeting that $12.7 million. And then if you look at the reduced enrollment, it's like an $18.8 million deficit target, which we are not recommending. Now, if you look in the middle, it's the 99% of projected, and it's at, oh gosh, I think 16.7, I can't read, 15.7. This is why I need glasses, but anyway, I refuse to wear them. Maybe it's something like, okay, I got you. But so I put a circle around it if you click the next slide. It's just letting you know this is the new scenario. The other two are exactly the same that you saw on January 8th. You could go back to those slides. I did not change expenditure. I did not change anything. I just added the other growth scenario just so that you could see it. It was a board ask, and it results in that $15.7 million deficit. So you can see as you step through the projected, the 99% of projected, and the reduced, it's almost like a $3 million increase to that deficit every time is what happens due to less enrollment, less students, but because you still have very similar expenditures. You're not really reducing a lot of anything between that. So if you look at the bottom, it's going to be key. Will you press it again, please? I may have to take that. I don't know if I don't know to kick it. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I know. Some key in my presentation is the animations. All right. So if you look at the projected and then the next, it's really key when we get into these next slides that you remember those targeted reductions, right? The target is the 1.5%. It's over that 1.5% budget parameter. So if you're using projected, it's the 12.7. If you're using the 99%, it's the 15.7. And if you're using the reduced growth, that's the highest, it's the 18.8. And those are gonna show up in slides in a second, so it's gonna be kind of key. You'll see those numbers again, but I just want you to remember what they are so that we can kind of step into the next pieces of the presentation.
So just as a reminder, is we have been working really almost since September, I would say, maybe even before, towards that 12.7.
Correct.
That's been our target administratively of how are we going to identify reductions and what's the target that we're trying to hit, and it up until even now, we're still working towards that 12.7.
Correct. And keeping that in mind. And so the next slide is really making sure the board understands or knows we have identified as a district, along with campuses, administration, collaborating with campuses and with leaders, we've identified $17.1 million in potential reductions. That's total. So if you think about the reduced growth scenario, it's $18.8 million that we're looking for. We're not even identified enough to meet that. We would have to either find ways to generate revenue or find additional reductions. So just trying to give you some kind of perspective that this is where we're at. And let me see if I have anything else. Okay, I think that's good enough on that slide. This slide is pretty key to me, or important, I think, for board members. So we have finalized reductions, and sometimes I say actively consider, because they are still closing some loops on communication, things like that. But they are things that we have talked about, again, with campuses and leaders that we are intending on moving forward with. And that is $6.8 million worth of reductions that have been identified and we are actively considering as reductions. So that's out of that $17.1 million, right? That's not the target, it's just the total of the reductions. It's important here, and Dr. Clark mentioned this earlier, a lot of the remaining reductions impact instruction. They're significant changes, they're not small. It may be increasing class sizes again at elementary, middle, or high school, eliminating PLCs. They're much more significant things to consider doing and be evaluating very carefully before we move forward on any of that. It could be modifying master schedule, so it's just important to keep in mind that the remaining amount out of the 17.1 impact instruction and student experience more than anything we've done thus far. And not to say that what we've done doesn't impact it, it's just this is a lot more, this is a deeper cut.
So that modifying master schedule, for example, we leave it on there because we don't want to start picking and choosing. Technically, it's on the table, really, but if we did that, all those celebrations around course selections and how we're having kids get their schedules in early, it really kind of undoes all that work, because it's going to just, literally, I think would cause chaos with what we're able to offer. I'm not trying to use scare tactics. I'm just trying to be clear about when we think through the lever lens and how does this impact student experience, that would be pretty devastating. More about the timing. So if we have to continue down this road and we do have to make deep cuts like that, that is a change that could be made. I have zero desire to do that. I think I just have zero desire to do that. It's something I believe deeply in. But if it's necessary and it absolutely has to happen, then we need the runway to make it happen. And I think we just have lost that runway. Could we? Yes. But at what expense?
Right. And I did want to put in, this slide was really hard. It seems simple, but it was really hard to develop because how much detail do you give and disrupt staff or community members and getting them upset versus trying to provide you enough information to understand the impact of some of the reductions that are included in here. So it's really hard to relay that in a slide and not get people stressed out and coming to board meetings unnecessarily. Again, programs that were required, we're not cutting quests, things like that. So it is things that are impactful to students and the student experience. So,
yeah, and just to piggyback what Dr. Clark mentioned is, we've identified many things, and I say we, it's principals, it's department heads, it's been a very inclusive group. So while we're talking tonight, we gave you an update on 25, 26. We're also talking mainly in this part of the presentation about 26, 27. In the back of leadership's mind is 27, 28. So there may be some of these decisions, and like Dr. Clark mentioned, for some of these changes, you're going to need a significant runway. We believe the runway is way too short for 26, 27. And again, none of us really have any desire to have to do some of those on there. But if we do, we want to be prepared, because we know that would be for 27, 28, if that needs to be. And we know there's a lot of things that are going to happen between now and that year. We got a legislative session in there, which may be positive, may be negative, you don't know. I'll let you know on about the second week in November of this year how that will look. But I mean, that's, but we just want to make sure that we've got everything kind of lined up, and we have some good conversations, and we have them over here, and then whenever 27, 28 looks like, then we have a really long runway. We can start looking at this little cafeteria of items of things we've identified and already got feedback on, and we can start having those discussions. So if we do have to make, and hopefully we don't, we have a long implementation plan, so we can really think it out very well and make sure that everybody's on board, and really logistics and everything. And again, hopefully we don't get to that point. But we've identified everything, and we're in our back of our mind, we're looking at step one, next year, year after, and how do all these roll together? Because they all have impact on each other.
As you move forward, if you could just keep, because my mind, you asked us to keep, like, right now, I'm holding that 12.7 in my head, is that's the target we need to get to. And what you've shown me is 6.8 is possible, based on discussions. Further is really gonna impact student outcomes. So that's what I'm thinking of, so if I can just.
We're gonna, yes, we're definitely gonna get into some of that in a second. I'm taking a lot of time, I apologize, but I wanna step through and make sure there's not questions. So in this slide, this is another board ask.
Can I
thought
just
it was
say one quick, so 6.8 is possible, but 6.8 we're also really moving forward on, because a lot of this is staff related, and so we have to start making those decisions. Again, nothing is final, I mean, until June, really.
Right.
But if we're gonna treat our staff well and plan and allow them to end up places, then we have to start moving forward. So we did move, and there was a memo for the board around all that, I know, yeah.
Okay. So this is, again, this is a comparison of the reductions that we've made this year, right? By level, by central, elementary, middle, and high school, versus what we're actively considering. Again, we've identified more, but what we know and what we're almost certain we're going to move forward with is then on the right-hand column. So this year alone, we cut 15 million. So we've already made it substantial changes. That was this year. Now next year, right now, we've identified 6.8. Yes, that target is 12.7, but over a 2-year period, that is a lot of money. That is a lot of reductions. So just kind of keeping that in mind, and then showing the areas again that those reductions came from. I do want to point out, and I put an asterisk on there in regard to the elementary school, that 2 million of those reductions for elementary school were directly related to lower enrollment. So it wasn't maybe a program or that we increased class sizes or something. It was specifically due to lower enrollment, and so we didn't need those FTEs. So that's where 2 million of that came out of the 3.7. So I just want to point that out.
Sorry, I just have to, so
Yes.
I just like to try to kind of almost speak from you guys are experts, and I don't consider myself an expert, but the way I understand this and interpret it, and that 3.7 million looks very similar to the 4.4 for high school and very, very similar to 3.9 for middle school. But those reductions in high school and middle school were based, yes. So when you 2 million reduced on staff, when all the kids show up, there's still no more than 22 kids for the most part in an elementary classroom. But the reductions at the high school, so an elementary principal and those teachers feel it when we're like, sorry, we only need 4 fourth grade teachers instead of 5 now, and that teacher goes, finds another job, but then they still have 22 kids in those 4 remaining class. You go to our high schools, they're up to 35 kids in some of those classes because we changed their ratio. We have to staff elementaries at 22 to 1. There are no guidelines 5th grade and up. So when we change that ratio, they keep feeling it all year long. 35 kids in a chemistry class is the example that Rachel gave me. So it's just really important to keep that in mind. I don't know, sorry. I like
Nope.
to give the practical application.
No, that's good. Okay, so now I'm going to step through this next piece, and this is where things really get interesting. If you looked at the slide on its own, I know that it was very overwhelming. What I'm going to do in these next few slides is step through the impact. You know, we've kind of gone through the reductions, those targets, the different enrollment scenarios. Then what does the impact of putting a pay increase in there, what does that do? And what does that look like? So we're going to kind of step through that. So this first slide, you'll see this right here is exactly what was given to you on January 8th at the budget workshop. It has the 12.7 at the top, which is the target reduction that we're looking for. It has all of the levers that we just talked about, that 6.8 that's been identified, the $1 million in revenue for special education, resulting in the need to locate 4.9 million more in reductions. So that's no different than what we've shown you. What I'm going to do once we click this, what it's going to do is it's going to add to the right-hand side of that, and it's going to give you the scenarios based on 99% of projected growth and then reduced projected growth. So if you'll hit that. So if you looked at those, then you would need to find an additional 7.9 if you use the 99% of projected, or we need to find an additional $11 million if you use the reduced enrollment growth. So I just want to give, again, those targets are at the top so that you can see those. Just making sure everybody's up with me, because I want to step through this to make sure everybody is there and doesn't have any questions.
Yeah, we're moving forward with 6.8 already. We know we need 4.9 more.
We need 4.9
We've got some
more.
plans there.
That's
But if
correct.
we make these adjustments, it's either almost 8 million or 11 million more.
Correct. So now what's going to happen now, I'm going to layer this in. If we added a 2% pay increase for all employees, it's going to layer that at the bottom. Well, that's $6.8 million. So now your deficit, again, with projected, is up to $11.7 million. So you really need to, all of those remaining reductions that we just talked about that are left, that we haven't actively considered, you're going to need to dig into to get the pay increase so that you can cover the pay increase. So making that assumption just means that we move in a very aggressive direction.
Okay, but I'm trying to look at here and
Okay.
there and make sure I'm following this. So let's just say, if we stay with what administration is bringing, at that time, administration is saying right now, based on the projected impact on projected deficit. So whatever whatever your projections are for that, you're saying that given all the 6.8 that we're talking about, we're still going to be 4.9 short.
That's 4.9 short without a pay increase.
So we're still we still have to go. So we're still going to have to go have those discussions on.
We still have to
classes.
have some discussions,
Okay.
correct? But we haven't even added the pay increase, so now you add that and you are up to the 11. So it it needs to paint the picture of putting in a pay increase at this time would be very challenging. It puts us on a path to be looking for aggressive reductions.
So I
Yes.
think the way I look at this is we've been planning for that additional 4.9. We moved on the 6.8 because we felt solid about those. It was not an easy discussion, but honestly, it went really well. I mean, the principals understood, and nobody likes this. I anticipate 4.8 again. We've been working very closely with principals. And it's more than just principals, it's community and teachers too, but principals represent a lot of people in that room. That is going to be those are going to be some harder decisions, but we've looked at some scenarios and there are some things, there's some ways to move forward without just creating that chaos I talked about. I think the point we're really making, just to help draw the conclusion here, is when we make any of these other adjustments, if that 4.9 turns into 11.7, that's going to be really, really hard.
Without additional, again, we have other levers, we've talked about them, the revenue. We just don't have the information to put that in there right now. So I can't include any estimates for additional CTE revenue, for the advertising, for the open enrollment. We don't have that yet. So it just puts us on a path of being, at least planning to reduce 11. You have to at least think that way until you can get revenue estimates in. So the next slide, all it's going to do, this is the exact same information on the next 3 slides. All I did was change what that pay increase would be. So this slide is a 1% pay increase for all employees. So again, the top part of that is exactly the same thing that you saw. You see the 4.9, the 7.9, the 11.0 right there at the remaining deficit. It is exactly the same. But then it's 3.4 for a 1% increase for all staff. And you see again, still here, you're really having to at least look and consider almost every level of the in reductions. So the next one, this one is if you gave a 2% pay increase, but only to those individuals or employees that are not eligible for TRA. So now you're already picking and choosing who we're gonna pay increases to. It is less, it's $2.8 million. So it's less, it costs less because there are less individuals that would get it. But you're still, even with projected, you're still likely reaching in or at least looking at every level. If you move to the next slide, it's a 1%, again, for any employees not eligible for TRA. That one is, it's the least costly. It's the $1.4 million. But you're still digging in, but it's not near as bad as the slides we've shown before. The 2% to all, the 1% to all. It is doable, but we're going to talk about waiting, like why we're asking to not include a pay increase right now, and some of the things that are coming that may make a difference. We just don't have the information to make those decisions right now. So
I'm probably jumping ahead, but Anna had mentioned this too about that December stipend that we gave, because a stipend doesn't necessarily continue the budget deficit or continue year over year. It just depends on y'all being able to look at things, especially when we have a legislative session coming that's going to put us in flux. Is that going to be up in our discussions?
That is not on here, but that is a great, that's a great thought. It really is. And definitely could be incorporated in conversations like in March. That's another thing I need to add. I don't have it in there, but that's a really good thought.
Well,
So I
really
appreciate
like when
that.
Anna brought that up. So if we
Yeah.
adopt the budget assumptions as administration's brought to us, that doesn't preclude us from having that discussion then on stipends. Good.
Yeah, our goal, and we'll go a little, I'm not trying to get the cart before the horse or get ahead, but our goal was just to show you different scenarios and how that affects the budget. But remember, we just have 6 months of data. We still have a few decisions coming up. We would feel much more comfortable having January and February financial data. Because remember, we have 6 months, but teachers' paychecks don't start till September on the budget, so we really only have 4 months and then something magical happens in January and payroll tends to go up a little bit. So we want to make sure we know exactly where we're at, and we've got 2 more months. We have a hold harmless decision that's out there. We've finally got our final values, or close enough to final values. That's been sent to Moak and Casey. They're analyzing it, and then we'll begin that process. Gotcha. So I did jump ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to jump ahead. Sorry.
He likes to steal my thunder.
No, but but the key was we wanted to show you we didn't want to have to we don't want to paint ourselves in a corner to make key cuts and then come back 2 months later and say we may not have had to do that, and so we want to really get the show you that there's
some
logic
other
to our
avenues.
timeline.
There
Yeah,
is.
so.
Well, that's my question, follow up on Trish. You asked if we approve as is and the reductions, if we approve the assumptions as is, can the discussion around the stipends still be on the table? My question is, can the discussion around pay raises still be on the table?
Absolutely, and we're going to talk about that in just a second. I'm more asking for postponement and there's reasons behind it. So I want to kind of go through the key assumptions again and recommendations that we are giving as administration. One is the enrollment assumption, and I still maintain that projected is the way that we should go for two reasons, and they're very good reasons. PASA addressed what happened this year, and they've adjusted their baseline. That's one. Two, we budget conservatively. So even if it comes in lower, we won't allocate staff unless we need to allocate them. So I'm very comfortable with using projected at this time. The second is the pay increase assumption. I'm just saying not right now. Just if we can hold on that, we will have so much more information when we come back for the March budget workshop. And it avoids, unnecessary reductions or, staff, saying that we're going to give only staff that don't get the TRA. It just causes lots of conversations to start that may not be necessary. So avoiding right now, understanding that administration is committed and understands the importance of giving a pay increase. We've been talking about that a lot. We know we didn't give one this year, and to remain competitive, those are things that we know need to happen. So we're consistently looking at the capacity of the budget to see what we can put in there. I just don't know what that is yet. And so with more time, we can make a really good recommendation to the board of what we can afford to do instead of just what we hope we might can do. So that's kind of those, and you're wanting to say something. Oh, okay, I thought you're looking at me like, okay. All right, so if you can go to the next slide, please. I know. So, and then of course, we're not recommending an increase in the employer contribution right now. I know that's being evaluated. They're looking at options, and that could change later too. But I think the focus kind of is the pay increase, more focused on that, and hopefully finding some other alternative for the healthcare options that will come back at a later time. Last, this is not something we talked about in January because I hadn't seen the projections for this year, but I want to take the time over the next couple of months, like Pete was just saying, and watch what is actually happening in our budget and continue to project out, but make sure that what I'm seeing in the fall happens in the spring. Because if it does the board want to reconsider adjusting the budget parameter or doing budgeting and payroll at 97% instead of 98%? That's also an assumption that's in here. So we have some different levers that we can use there if we see these trends continuing through the spring. And a couple more months is a lot. It's meaningful for us because we're getting really close and the spring is tighter. We also know some things are getting filled, the police department. I want to see what the payroll does so that we, and also I don't know that there aren't going to be surprises. There's always surprises. We're always looking for money for things that came up that we didn't know was going to happen, the instruments, things of that nature. So if we can just take the time to wait those out, I just think it would be more beneficial to the board. So for March 26th, it's really just put on here some key items that we're bringing back. Pete mentioned the hold harmless. We will have a decision. I don't know that we're going to get anything, but if we did, that's a game changer. If we got the $3 million, I don't know we will, but if we did, that would be a great thing, and maybe we will. I don't know. We will have better updated 25-26 projections at that time. We will have, hopefully we should be able to do a really good estimate on CTE revenue increases for next year. I think that is key. And also, I'm hoping we have a glimpse, and I can't make promises on some of these, the open enrollment facility rentals, advertising, but I am hoping we have some data or insight that we might be able to put some estimates, very conservative. Again, trust me, I'm very conservative. I wouldn't build in anything I didn't think we couldn't realize. But we would have that. We will have the pre-K hub location set so that we know what low enrolled campuses are, what the staffing needs are. And then the next slide. Our staffing allocations will be done based on the actual enrollment, the grade level that we're seeing. We do think, and I don't know how much because we don't have final numbers at elementary, but I do think we're going to have less FTEs needed due to enrollment, just look at the numbers. We're talking about less than what we have this year. That in itself tells me we probably we'll see. And I'm not talking about, it'll be vacancies and attrition that we're talking about, but it will be savings. And I don't have that built in the budget yet either because I don't have a good number, but we will have that because that's going to be done in February. So we'll come back with that. We should have an update on the healthcare. We should know more about the federal funds. We should have a better idea if there's any additional reductions that we're talking about that we really know we can move forward with, because there's a few things that are being discussed. I don't know if they're going to move forward, but it's possible. I think some of them will. We will have that information. And then we can build in some scenarios for those pay increases once I have all of these other things kind of lined out. And I think it's going to be key at that board meeting that we provide a 3-year projection, because we need to look at the years out are going to be critical for how we move forward as a district. So timing-wise, it's just a good idea to wait until March. That's my recommendation.
Are y'all seeing, and is that a time too where you'll bring us kind of an update on really what the legislature did as far as increase in teacher pay by codes, right? Or some kind of, because they targeted certain employees of our district, not others. And so some of our employees are like, yeah, but I'm a teacher too. And you're like, yeah, but it's not the same code. And so can you bring us in that, just kind of an update of what did happen? How did that all shake out?
Okay, I can certainly add that information.
Yeah, because not every, because you had to be coded in 087 to receive that. And to be coded in 087, you have to teach 4 hours of your day. And so not everybody taught, that wasn't the way we had it set up. And so there were some conversations, and some districts did totally revamp some positions to make them eligible to qualify. And that's, but some of those were mostly smaller schools, because you don't want to have 2 people in your whole campus that were the only ones that didn't get the raise, right? And so, but they were willing to make that change. And we've had some, I know Rachel's had a lot of questions from some staff members about, why didn't we getting it, or what can we do to qualify, et cetera. So, and I think each district across the state is learning more about what that requirement is, and they're looking at and studying that as well. But we can get that information for you.
And so the last slide is really just revisiting the key things that I asked the board members to keep in mind. I mean, ultimately, you have the recommendations and you have the assumptions that we've attached that list every single one of them. A lot of them we didn't need to discuss. I really pointed out the things that I thought needed to be vetted and talked about some more. So I will.
Yeah, I have some quick questions, hopefully. If we go back to 6, I have 3 slides I want to talk about. So 6 is the first one. And I just want to clarify that the reason why you didn't touch any of the expenditures is just to be more conservative. Like, that's almost like a worst-case scenario, because when you're looking at reduced staffing, reduced enrollment, you're saying that, yes, on one hand, it's possible that we'll probably need the same amount of staff, but we've also seen this year in the previous line item or the different budget agenda item discussion where you said we didn't fill some positions because of lower
Correct.
Enrollment. But here, when we're looking at lower enrollment, you're still keeping the.
I did keep them true, and I'll point a couple of things out, but it's a really good point. We probably would see some additional reductions, like teacher FTEs that we wouldn't need. Again, just like this year, I don't have enough information to even make an estimate as to what that is, because it depends on where the kids fall and those numbers. But additionally, there are expenditures in here that won't go away. The police department building it out, ECC opening, those things don't necessarily change. So a lot of it doesn't change. You're right about the FTEs. I didn't have a number, and I was trying to make it consistent across so it was easier for the board to follow. But yes, you make a very good point.
Okay, and then 7. Oh, no, why is it different? The next, if you go to the next slide.
Back or forward? Sorry.
No. Forward.
Forward.
I think.
Yes.
Go.
Keep going, the next one. Yeah, that one. Oh, yes. So I just wanted to clarify that this is the total for last, no, 25, oh, this is for.
This is what's been identified this year by administration campuses. They've identified 17.1 million in reductions, potential
It's,
reductions.
what all's on the table. That doesn't mean we're moving on these, but this is the, like, we just generated a list of
The reason why I'm asking guys, because when you look at slide 9, 2 slides ahead.
Go forward to
Sorry,
that
Sarah's head,
one.
no, go that way.
The next one. Yes. So you have here, say, high school, you have TBD. You have 4 million for 4.4 for this fiscal year. But for the next one, you have TBD, but it was 7. Was it, am I missing something?
No, I got you. So you here, look at that 6.8, that 6.8 million. Then we'll go back here. Of that 17.1, that 6.8 is part of that 17.1. There is still 10 million other items that we have not had those conversations. Those are deeper cuts. Those are more student impact, student outcome. We're not wanting to go there yet.
Master schedule,
so-
PLCs.
So that 6.8 is just what we feel comfortable with what we're going to do with the feedback. There is still 10.3 of cuts that have been identified that we haven't touched yet, and we don't have really that desire to go there unless we absolutely have to.
Sade, is your question about the TBD for high school, but there's 7 million on here, right?
Correct. Is
Yeah.
that, this is for 26, 27?
Yes.
Correct.
So what okay, I guess I need to redo my stuff, but it's actually worse than I actually have here on my paper. So what I was looking at was comparing, I know that we have our elementary schools spread out and it's just set up differently, smaller class ratios compared to high school. But when you look at the cuts per student from elementary to high school, I mean, middle school, high school, it's with lower numbers, because I thought that was the whole thing. The elementary was anywhere from secondary was anywhere from 3 to 8 times more per student compared to elementary. And when I say 3, it was because I took away that 2 million that was really just from lower enrollment at elementary. And it just seems like the secondary is just taking so high of a brunt compared to what's happening at elementary. I mean, I know that the class sizes, everything's set up differently, but I just thought I'd bring that up.
You're saying that secondary took more of a hit from a budgetary standpoint.
Correct.
I would agree with that
Yeah, because-
statement from last year.
Yeah, because they're 10 million, 10
Yeah.
million. 10, I'm
That's why
sorry.
we're trying not to
There-
do
there are
very
10
much with them this
No,
year.
there are 10,000 middle school students, approximately 14,000 high school, and 18,000 elementary.
Right.
And when you look at those numbers, and you look at these cuts,
Yeah.
it's, per student, it's really.
I think some of the
huge
opportunities
magnitude.
at elementary school are harder because you have 22-to-1 requirements, so it's not like you can, we've done it before, we've been there, right? And that was hard to get out of, where we increased those class sizes to 20, back in 2011, I was here, and we increased those, and it took years for us to get back to the requirements, but we increased class sizes, and that's the way that you would get there, and it's also against TEA, so we have to file waivers every time. Not that we can't, we did that. I don't know how amenable they are to it anymore, but that's the only way you would get the FTEs at the elementary, just because they don't have a lot of additional other staff like at a high school, I think, is what I'm.
I don't know.
Sorry. Okay.
I was gonna make a motion.
Yeah, any other
I move
questions?
the Board of Trustees approve the 2026-2027 proposed assumptions to be used in preparing the preliminary general fund budget for the 2026-2027, covering all estimated revenues and proposed expenditures as presented.
Second. A motion from Trish, a second from Laura. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor? 4. All opposed? 1. 4-1. Motion passes. All right, board members, we are going to go to now 7C5, discussion and consider approval of resolution nominating an individual to the Travis Central Appraisal District TCAD Board of Directors. Board members, this information was in your board memo, not once, but twice. And so, I hope everyone read it. So, does anyone have any names? Trish? No? Are we just going to nominate the same person we did last time? Yeah, go ahead and put it, yeah, make that motion for that. Elizabeth Montalvo, right?
Oh,
Montoya.
Montoya.
Elizabeth Montoya. Sure.
Now, you can
I'll make the
nominate two,
motion.
up to two, but if you only have one, that's fine, just.
Right, so board members, if you have another name to bring, then go ahead and say it, but I don't.
Yeah, because this is a kind of a unique, just real high level, I know it's late, but you had two TCAD board members resign. So they're just asking for nominations. It doesn't go through, doesn't matter how many votes you have on this, you know, normally we have 58 votes or something. So, but it is the current remaining board members will look at the list of who's nominated and they will pick two. So
No,
that's.
I read it, I just don't remember the name, so I don't know how to put both names in there. So that's my challenge.
I
No, it was Elizabeth Montoya.
don't
and then
remember the second name. No, I don't
No,
think,
I believe there was just one for
There was
TCAD,
just
and there was
one.
two for WCAD.
right, there was two for WCAD and one for TCAD. This was in our board memo,
Yeah.
so.
I
can
read
get a
it, I
motion?
just, again,
Make
there was
it
a
a
lot of
motion.
pages, and I didn't commit that name to memory. So I didn't realize that there'd be a memory test on that part. I
I'm
did
just making
budget.
sure y'all are reading your memos.
We
All
just
right.
threw a lot of numbers at you too.
So, I guess I can go look for, can somebody tell me how you pronounce Elizabeth?
We have time to bring this back if you want
Let's
to,
just-
or
Yeah.
we can do it at the next board meeting if we have names next time. Is that?
But I would need the name probably by Monday.
Yeah, we need the name to
Just
Pete
because it's February
ASAP.
5th, it's due the 12th, so put the
Exactly.
5th
Well, then-
deadline.
Right, but in the board memo, it talks about what had happened with TCAD, and so we need to do it again.
So
Yeah, we don't have to do
Elizabeth
it.
Montoya.
Yeah. We don't have to do it tonight if you don't want to, but it is,
No, we're
we're on a
doing it
tight
tonight, is what
agenda
I'm
for the
hearing.
next
I'm
meeting.
getting-
so-
Okay, board members, we're just gonna table.
I move the
Nope, we're
Board
not.
of Trustees approve the resolution nominating an individual to the Travis Central Appraisal District TCAD Board of Directors, indicating a nomination for Elizabeth Montoya.
A second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Nkosi. Any discussion? No. All in favor? 5 ayes, motion passes.
All right,
Good
thank
job,
you,
board
Lord.
members.
In the future, if there's a memory test, put a little star by that.
Hey, I will. I'm gonna start seeing who reads their board memos. Y'all know that. Y'all better watch it. Anyway, now we're gonna do 7C6, discussion of discussion of district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. The mans of the hour. Y'all got a busy weekend ahead. He's like, thanks, Anna. All right, take it away, Miguel.
It'll be brief. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. Pursuant to the requirements of the Texas Education Code and guidance issued by the Texas Education Agency, this agenda item is to discuss the recent intruder detection audits conducted at one or more of our campuses. Audit findings are confidential in nature. Accordingly, the specific audit findings will not be disclosed publicly, but will instead be reviewed in executive session with the district's Safety and Security Committee. Our district continues to be fully committed to maintaining a safe and secure environment for all students, staff, and the community, and we will continue to prioritize and implement measures that protect the well-being of everyone on our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, board members, it is 11:04 p.m., and the board will not go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes 551071. Consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personal public officers. Texas Government Code 5510821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration of employment of early childhood center principal. Texas Government Code 551.089, discussion of district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. No action will be taken in closed. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session. It is 11:24 p.m. and the board is returning to open session and having no further business. This meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.